I gotta figure out music. I don't know what music to do. I've had kind of a mental block in choosing music for stream. While I could play all the copyrighted stuff I want because it doesn't go to YouTube, there are no copyright strikes except for, and this one's kind of funny. There's a copyright notice on the stream where I played some of Julian's music. Where is that? None. Copyright. See details. Zelikovich. And that Julian has assured me that there's no way in hell that he would. There's no copyright holder. There's nobody to pursue anything about that. That was a Burn the Subs one. I wonder why I played that. Huh. These are all rife with copyright because I'm playing intro music that has songs in it from mixes. And apparently those mixes are fine, but. Somehow it's immediately a sub anniversary. What'd you do? Wait, what'd you do? Oh, you subbed for 8 months. Hey, thank you so much. We don't have annoying noises that play. I know those are like those mild incentives that Amazon wants you to have for like getting people to subtly sub to your channel. You're like, oh, you get this emote, but you don't have to sub. You just don't get the emote. And like things like that. Oh, a sub train. I should join in on that. But yeah, I don't have the gambling noise play. I barely have something that comes up on camera that says somebody has subbed. I hope that thing did come up on camera. Did that come up on camera? I'm gonna like refresh and see if it comes up. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. I don't know if I saw it the first time. 7 months was a week ago. It was odd that 8 months popped up. People, because we used to have a board, and we'll have it again. I'll have it again. We used to have a board that would burn all of the names up whenever they redeemed a sub. And so people found out ways that, excuse me, hold on. I don't mean to burp on camera. Hold on. I'm having a caffeinated fizzy drink for the first time in a long time. Anyway, subs. What would happen is people would figure out ways, because there's your sub date elapses, then you have a period of time when you can announce it, and then you can, there was something where you can do it early or something. So people had 3 different subs per announce, like one sub would lapse, they were able to announce it and then announce it again immediately after. The only thing that can fix this is to have a transaction ID on the JSON return, and they didn't have a transaction, they didn't have a unique transaction ID for events. Channel point redemptions have this, subs don't. And so I had to make this gauntlet of situal conditions that the entry in the database had to pass through in order to get on the database and get burnt onto the board, because there's all kinds of shenanigans that people can do with that kind of stuff. All the delays and stuff like that. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. Anyway, it's kind of quiet right now. Let's do like, ah man, come on. What's like a good game soundtrack that isn't super copyrighted now? Because if I go back to all the games in the early 2000s, then they're all starting to use CDs, and with it, there's a portion of that CD that can be just straight up audio. And so what they did is they started getting a lot of copyrighted, they started getting a lot of like big band, like band music in there, right? Like actual artists were contributing to games, and that was cool, except that now in the era of streaming, all of those agreements have lapsed and now they're all copyrighted. Hey, what's up, Sammy Mom? So I got a comment from somebody on YouTube that was watching the streams. And on YouTube, what they had said is that the 68 nanofarad ladder caps according to your schematic, but you mounted 6.8 nanofarads. So we're going to correct that first. Hopefully I have the caps. I hope I have the caps. I'm very open about my YouTube page. I'm trying to grow it. I'm a grower, not a shower, apparently. I didn't just come here with a capped audience already. A lot of the, like, you know, like Rob Oz. I rub elbows with Rob Oz all the time. And wait, when was that one? That was 4 days ago. Okay, there we go. And like he brought a whole YouTube audience over, so he had like bargaining power when he was signing the contracts for Twitch. For me, I was like, oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for letting me sign a contract. I'm so happy to have rights. So that's how it is. Are we on YouTube right now? Yes. Okay, let me open up that window. I still haven't gotten around to music. Welcome to ADHD, where I have absolute, just a mess of tasks that I have to do all simultaneously because this is how my brain works. All right, there's the pop out for YouTube chat. So in case there are any YouTubers, we can snatch them and get them to come over to Twitch. We got burlap sacks in the back. We'll just throw it over them. All right, let's see here. So let's see. Search my brain for some kind of a game. Can't think of any. No, that's all, okay, that's all EDM. I can't do that one. All right, let's just do, well, it's either Cult of the Lamb. Oh, I could do, I got it. I'm so glad we're in the era where, well, actually, that might actually get full soundtrack, maybe. This is the one song. It's going to get copyright struck, I bet. All right, we'll just see how this goes. I got to turn down my... ADHD is the reason I'm watching Twitch and a YouTube video while not designing a power converter. Ah, you know, you gotta make that the most interesting thing, right? Whatever it takes. I don't know where I left off with this thing. I did a little bit of planning. I've got a an MS Paint thing going on here. And I did a lot of the circuit. I planned out a little bit of it by drawing this stuff down. And building quite a bit of it. But I got to figure out what connects to where. We got to do power and then the overall, actually it's power and then the outputs to the potentiometers, which I have a plan for. I've marked it down right there, but we need to build that. We need to put all that together today. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. It'll be another soldering stream. I find there's a little bit more engagement with soldering streams, and this furthers my goals, and chat might enjoy it as well. It's quiet. Tuesdays are kind of quiet. Everybody's at work. So I avoid Mondays because Monday is when everybody goes back to work, and then they have all the tasks. They get all their weekly work done. Tuesday is a little shaky, but I need it because Wednesday I take off because in case I need to order parts on Tuesday, I have that buffer zone in there where I can actually potentially get something in if it's utterly vital. And then Thursday, Friday, of course, because everybody's slacking off at that point, and that's a good time to stream. Sometimes I do Saturday, and everybody is busy with their lives at that point. A lot of people put on my channel as like, it's kind of like having an electronics magazine open, right? You have somebody who's doing kind of a work related task that can kind of help motivate you, keep the boss off your back while also hanging out, having somebody who's talking and somebody to talk to. So I'm happy to be the magazine in your toilet today. Not in the bathroom, not in the toilet. Don't put me in the toilet. Don't put your phone in the toilet either. It's not where it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be there. Oh man, I smell like chili. I put together chili today because, what was it? What day was that? A couple days ago, I did a pork loin in the crock pot. But our crock pot this is its last task. It's making chili right now. It's the only thing I trust it to do anymore because our crock pot is too hot. I think over the past 10-ish years, because, you know, all products are just crap now. Over the past umpteen number of years, the crock pot I think has drifted to the point where its low setting is high and the high setting is just a nuclear bomb. So what I've done is I've made a pork loin, and it was too big of a pork loin, right? I should have chopped that shit in half and froze half of it. But I made the pork loin, and I did it just in the laziest way possible. I took a really nice barbecue sauce, and I just threw it in with the pork loin. Really, I should have done like white wine and water and done the whole, like, you know. But I got it crispy on the barbecue, which it had a lot of fat on it, and a lot of that fat dripped down, and so there was black smoke coming out of the barbecue. So I put a nice char on the outside. left it in the crock pot 6.5 hours. It should have been 6 or 5 hours because of the heat. So the heat got in there too quickly. Everything turned, all the collagen and stuff like that turned into jelly like it should have, but then the pork dried out. Too much of the stuff came out of it. So when I went to serve the pork loin, it just split apart into component parts, right? It just became meat fiber, which is good if you've got a very fatty cut of pork. Pork loin is a little bit more lean. So I mixed it all up with the barbecue sauce and everything. It made a decent pulled pork. I actually had it for lunch. Decent pulled pork, a little dry. Just a little dry, just enough to be like, I don't want to eat that. So what I'm doing today is I'm masking it. I'm completely covering it with tomato paste. Basically, I am making chili, but the pork is going to be the protein. But I've done, and these are chili crimes, by the way. I'm a white guy in the suburbs. I'm making not your specific area's chili. This is just stupid generic supermarket chili. 5 cans went into this thing. Corn, tomato chunks, tomato sauce. What were the other cans? Pinto beans, black beans, red beans, because we had a conversation about red beans. I was like, I want red beans. God, what else went into it? Like half a bottle of chili powder, just a bunch of other stuff. I think a little bit of cumin. How do you say that without sounding like a pervert? I say cumin, but I know that's a mispronunciation. How's your acid reflux? It's doing okay right now, but I am drinking a fizzy drink and I just ate a bunch of pulled pork. So pulled pork loin was a little dry. But yeah, then I fried up some onions for a long time. You gotta make sure to get those onions to release that sweet stuff. So you gotta fry them on very low for a long time. And then poblano pepper and a little garlic, and all that went into the pot with everything else. And then the pulled pork, barbecue sauce and all, will go into the crock pot, but not all of it, just enough of it to kind of bolster the chili up and give it a protein. And hopefully that'll mask the dryness of the pork. I hope it doesn't ruin my chili, because as a vegetarian chili, that shit was good. That had some good flavor in it, just for no meat at all, which hey, I could get behind that. I don't have to have meat every meal. We do, but I just had there's a lot of pulled pork that I have left over. I really should have saved half of that thing. I should have saved it, but mistakes is mistakes, and we're going to deal with them. Speaking of mistakes, I got to replace all these capacitors again, much to my chagrin. I'm sorry, 6.8 nanofarads. You're supposed to be 68. Let me double check that value. Let me make sure that I'm getting that value correct. I don't think I overate for lunch, so I think I'm okay. I think we'll be okay. Oh yeah, the value's over here. Yep. 0.068 UF. So let me just open up. There's no shame in what I'm doing right now, chat. There's no shame. There's no shame in looking up a chart. All my friends who are engineers would shame you for doing this. There's no shame in this. I should probably print this out and put it up on the wall, to be honest. Then I'd look super smart. But hey, Wonky Robot, how's it going? How you doing, Wonky Robot? Yeah, all my engineer friends would shame you for doing this, and it's like, I don't need that kind of gatekeeping in my hobbies or jobbies. Dun dun dun. Let's make sure I got everybody up over here. Okay. What was the value again? 0.068. I wish I had the wherewithal to have these sorts of opinions that I have now back when I was oh wait, that's not microfarad. Oh yeah, it is. 0.068. Back when I was getting bullied for these things, you know? To just tell them like whatever, like just call them a nerd and get on with my day. Help me out, I'm new to SMD. What size is good for noobs? Yeah, so, okay. I work in 0805. That's what all of these parts are. So if I grab an 0805 part, and by the way, your magnification, there are some really, really cool looking Actually, you look like a really cool person. Hold on, I got a whole spiel for you, man. Or woman, or they, or whatever the fuck you want to be called. Here's the thing. So I got the coolest freaking headgear off of Amazon, and apparently ladies who do, not just people who do embroidery love these things. These things are awesome. These are independently recommended to my mother, who does embroidery, by a neighbor of ours, and it's hilarious because they're the same ones that I bought on Amazon Deal Day. But one of the most important things is to get a really cool looking piece of headgear so that you look awesome when you're soldering SMD. And these things are great. They've got a headlight on them. The lamp on your head is actually really, really important because that allows you to see what the hell you're doing. So magnification is very important. Looking good is a little bit more important than that, which is why I have these. I don't know what they're called, but whatever. Besides that, what you want to do, I mean, it's all up to what you're comfortable with. And for me, 0805 is what I'm comfortable with because I'm building on 0.1-inch perforated prototyping boards. So when I build stuff in SMD, I'm building it with 0805. If I'm designing a PCB, 0603 is actually okay for me because I have steady hands. Depending on what your skill is, 0805 is a decently chunky size to work with. If you struggle with 0805, there's also 1206, but I find 1206 is too big for the gaps in the board. So I have a lot of very nice high magnification facilities in order to make this stuff look huge. One of the biggest comments I get is people who have watched the stream coming over here go, everything is so small. I'm like, yeah, I know, everything is tiny. But yeah, so 0805 is big enough to grab with a pair of tweezers with a nice blunt end. You don't want sharp-ended tweezers because they tend to do this and throw your part into space. But yeah, 0805 and the like is a nice size to be working on perforated prototyping board. And even in assembly, 0805 is nice and easy. 1206 is like baby mode, and 0608 is just the right place for a custom-built PCB. Although it is smaller than, you know, if you get used to 0805 and you move to 0603, it's, you know, 0402 is right out. That'll make you feel like you have 6 thumbs that you're operating with because it's just so small. I don't think I finished over here. I think I'm missing a capacitor still. I'll have to look at that. Did I put it over here? Might have put it over here. Well, here's, that's one. The other one's here, and it jumps over to there. Okay, so these all look done. But yeah, anyway, you know, you'll get used to whatever, but it, 0805 is a nice spot to be in. Also, when you get into like 0406 or whatever, the resistors aren't labeled anymore. They're not labeled, and so you don't know what value anything is. You test it in the circuit, and you're like, well, am I testing the loop of the circuit? I have 9 thumbs and 1 pinky. Yeah. Yeah, 0603 sometimes isn't labeled, but most of the time it is. The labeled resistors and stuff make life so much easier. So much easier. Because you just look at the number. There's just a number on it. Although some of them are in code, and I hate those ones. Sometimes you can't help it. There's like a letter in your resistor number. So you have to decode it with the internet. This is the High Fleet soundtrack. It doesn't sound like the High Fleet soundtrack, but it is. Never listened to it before, but I know there's like 1 or 2 big bangers on this one. Caps. We need caps. Ah, no problem. That's what I'm here for. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm just here to get snippy. Sometimes I'm just here to yell at chat. Good. We got plenty of them. Whoa, they're not yellow. Yeah, I guess our filter wouldn't have had that much performance if we were like a decade behind in the values of the capacitors. It might be a strange one. We probably should have breadboarded this thing first. I'm going off of somebody else's design, but it would have been good to have everything out, and I wouldn't have needed to have a commenter correct me on my capacitor values. I could have actually put it all to the test and been like, why doesn't this work correctly? And maybe I would have discovered that it was in fact the wrong value. I didn't check that one very hard. I kind of just guessed. Ooh, sorry if you heard that. My apologies if you heard that. Yeah, we're going to do some circuit work today. And then I really hope on Thursday we're going to be working on Burn the Subs, but it seems like I'm not even going to be done the VCO by then. I did 4 uploads, and so I'm scheduled in to Thursday. I need to get more uploads done so that it's not looming over my head. It's I've got like 178 to go. 178 5-hour videos to go, and I need to mark down like minutes on all of them. I only just recently uploaded the force feedback wheel in SnowRunners, and that was the stream where Commander Big M found my whole setup, and he's actually been sometimes on stream, but most of the time he's on Discord. But it's funny because that's like the inception of one steady chat member in my community. And it only took, what was it, a 7-hour stream? Where's oh, it's on the other window. I'm getting there. It's becoming less painful to get down all of the minutes and stuff. This is like, so this is very similar to how you would cut your teeth as a video editor back in the day. Back in the day, you'd have a dual VCR with a sync cable in between them, and you would highlight areas of the tape, and it would record it onto another tape, and you could piece together your whole video. But that would start with looking at videotapes and marking down the minutes and marking down what everything that's happening in the video, so that you can come back to it later and cut those cuts together in order to make your movie, right? I've done this once and I hated it, and I wish we had digital editing software, because I would probably be an editor at this point instead of an electrical engineer. But yeah, so that was how it was originally done, was marking it down on clipboards. And so that, apparently we've gone full circle, and now I'm back to looking at what's happening in the video and marking down what's happening in chapters, so that YouTube can split it up so that you guys don't have to sit and watch a 5-hour video in one sitting, right? You can if you want, but you're a freak. So what was it? Where was the one? Teardowns. Yeah, this is the one that's blocked in Russia for some weird song. So the force feedback wheel, partially blocked. Yeah, we're back to VCRs. What our videotape is doing these days. Back to the VHSs of yore. I want to get started. I think I want to start. I was like the only person in existence who knew how to reset the VCR clock. But the problem is, it was always very tough to do. You had to either like hold down both buttons or hold down one button to get into the settings mode. And there's always an hour and minute button that were like hidden. There was barely, it looked like a push button. You could hit it with a pin tool, like a paperclip. You would hit it with a paperclip, and sometimes you needed 2 because you'd have to hit both of them at the same time. What the hell just happened? My phone just told me something's going on. I had a missed call. I wonder who that's from. I think there's a voicemail. I'm going to mute. Hold on. I just need to check this out. I've been digitizing VHS of family videos. Tape rot sounds are nostalgic. I should capture a couple and have them as like effects on my mixer. One sec. Let me check. Medical supply reminder. All right. Hey, what's up, Carlos? I kind of want to get started here. Yeah, I regret a chat member sent in a Sony like Handycam, and it was one of the ones that had the thing where the infrared filter moves away and it has night vision. But the night vision is like kind of pervert vision because it can see through like certain clothing and stuff. Bad. But because infrared has different properties. But so we had that camera, and I took it apart, and I shouldn't have taken it apart. I should have actually kept it, because there's a couple different cool visuals that I could get from it. One would be that little bit of chromatic aberration that happens in an old VHS camera. That feel of zooming in and out has that sort of Handycam feel. I envy your workspace. It's literally everything I own in life. And this is it. This is everything. Everything I own is around me. I wouldn't suggest it's a good way to live, but you know, you put something together like this over years. It's been since I was a teenager. I've been building up kind of a shop, so it's a long work in progress, and it's still going. I have organization issues if you haven't, or organizing issues if you haven't noticed. Chill day today? Yeah, it's good to have a chill day. Today it's like super nice out, and all the dogs got to hang out and play, and so I've got a nice free afternoon where we can, you know, really get some stuff done. We can take a chunk out of these projects. Yeah, everything is where I remember it is. That's not organization. That's not organized. Everything's where it should be. That's organized. That's not the state of the lab. The state of the lab right now is everything is where I remember it is. We need to take a time, like at some point I'm gonna plant my fat ass down by that shelf behind me and maybe set up a camera and maybe put chat on my tablet or something and put that in front of me, and then we'll with a big trash can go through and organize all those projects, because those project bins have some outdated stuff in them. I need to gain back all of my storage spaces. Bedroom workshop for 5 years. Reorganization is 90% of the work. Yeah. Reorganize, paring down. I know Speedy Cat is in a situation where his whole basement is project space. And so he's got like bins and boxes and bins and stuff. And when he works on a project, he over orders stuff, which is a good way to be if you're running like a tight electronics shop, because then you can prototype something with all those spare parts. But if they're in cardboard boxes in the original packaging and stuff like that, then you don't know what you have and you end up reordering stuff. So he's got some organization to do. I don't know what his status on that stuff is, but he's got a really nice space to do everything he wants to do. Flatulent Gonad is taking over an entire row house with all of his project stuff. I don't know what the situation is there, but he's free to use like multiple rooms, so his stuff is blown up all over everything. But he does have an organized workspace, and it's also like 180 degrees, and there's his gaming computer. So it's like workspace, gaming computer. Workspace, gaming computer, which is actually kind of what I have here. It's just that this is a former workout room in the house, and as you can see, I am perfectly in shape, and that shape is a sphere. But being perfectly in shape like I am, sphere, we turn this into my shop space, because otherwise I would probably start infecting the entire basement, which I kind of have already. I need to clean up the area behind this because there's wires and cables everywhere. And my peppers being starting to right as I said flatulent noise, wires and cables and stuff, and then my peppers are back there. I set up a Tasmota device with Node Red to turn on and off when City Hall of Philadelphia sees sunlight or sunset. So that's turning on two big LED array things. I should make a stand for that. An enemy stand. I don't really want to build a workshop in a rental apartment, because when I have to move apartments, moving all that stuff would be a lot of effort. This thing weighs as much as an entire American. It's 350 pounds, and I can take it apart. We will at some point soon when I got to clear some projects. We got to get a lot done on Burn the Subs, and then we will do the fun, super physical task of pulling apart my milling machine. And greasing it up and adjusting it and getting it all working again. But yeah, like this is 350 pounds. I've got a 72 inch and then a what is it, 36, maybe 46 inch butcher block top. I got another one over there. Yeah, it's gonna be utter hell to move out of this place when the time comes. Maybe I'll just die and just leave this to somebody else to do. That's probably the best plan. I think I'll just die. Yeah, it's a workout. We took an engine hoist down here in order to pull it up onto the desk. But I think the way we're going to do it, when the time comes is, you know, get rid of a lot of the extra stuff that's around the mill, clean up around it, and then lower the Z-axis until it can sit on a block of wood, get that off of there, and then I can pull that over here, because that doesn't weigh a ton. Pull that over here, we can take it apart. Then I can get the back piece off of this. This is a Sieg X3, so the base is very heavy, the back is very heavy. We'll just get that out of here and move it over here. One of those machining channels actually has very similar to my milling machine, and they filled the back of this thing up with stuff in order to make it be a little bit less flexy. I'm not going to do anything like that, though. I'm not going to be able to do anything like that. But yeah, it's going to be an incredibly large task to get this thing all apart. But I've never adjusted this thing before, right? Like, we've got these bolts down here that adjusted on the slides, and I've never touched them. I've never done anything with them. And right now, you can move the table like this. Like on this axis, it'll go So those are just things we need to get to. No, it's well, the big problem is that the DRO's x-axis isn't working. We need to investigate why. I might as well adjust everything while I'm in there, and then I'll have a nice milling machine for all the stuff that I don't do with a milling machine. I would like to turn that milling machine into a CNC, but I think it might be easier for me, you'll see. It would be easier for me to build a CNC out of the test burn the subs thing that I have. I have a Granite Devices motor, like servo motor controller. That should go to the robot, though. It should be stepper motors, I think. I don't know. I've got the little Windows PC, the fanless Windows PC, the industrial one, and then we can throw like a 3D printer controller on that thing, and then I have a DeWalt router, and so we can put an end mill in that, and then I can make that into a CNC. It'll be a lot of different stuff that I got to pull together to make it work, but I have all the parts, so that'll be something we work on in the future. This is the big list. I'm going over the big list of projects. Actually, I should resurrect that whiteboard over there that I got sitting on top of Burn the Subs and make another project list. I made a project list and it was depressing. No, the very next things that are going to happen is once we get a little bit more, like if I can get the VCO working and the VCF working, and I just need to do a little bit more work on it. We need to do, for Burn the Subs, we need to do Node Red. And that'll fix the fart box as well. So the fart box and Node Red up and functioning. I did a refresher course by learning how to, re-Tasmota something and get my peppers growing in the other room, my chili peppers. But now that I've got a vague familiarization with Node Red, we need to take that into Twitch interactivity. And there are a couple Node Red plugins, and I'm so dumb, I don't even know how to install them. I don't know. So I got to learn how to do that on my own, but it's tax season too. There's a lot of stuff up in the air. Tax season, my father got surgery, so he's kind of like dumping around home right now, and I'm sort of helping them carry and lift things in the meantime. So it's been a little crazy here right now. I'm hunkering down. I'm hunkering down and working on these projects. We've got a lot of stuff that I have to get to. Burn the Subs has been down for like 3 years. Ridiculous. Oh, we went to the vet yesterday. I can sit on a chair and put my dog on my legs, and she'll just sit on my legs. Totally comfortable, totally peaceful, not a thought in her mind, just sitting there being very cute. I've trained her to do this because every other morning I pick her up and I bring her over to a chair, I sit down, put her on my lap. I'm like, there, you're a lap dog. And then she eventually gets too wiggly to keep on the lap. When we went on the car ride to the vet, she was impossible. She kept trying to get into the driver's seat. She kept trying to put all 4 of her paws in a 1-inch area on my leg, which I think I have a bruise from. She was shaking the whole time. And she's not uncomfortable with the car. We've taken her on plenty of car rides, put her in the passenger seat. She's happy to just sit there. And she'll sometimes, snuggle down and actually lie down and I wish she was more used to the car. I would love it if she was the kind of dog that stuck her head out the window, because she's super cute. But she doesn't do that. She just kind of gets worried and hunkers down. But we went to the vet, and the vet looked at her leg, and this is the obstetrician, I don't know, whatever. The joint doctor took a look at her and was totally like fine with her just being a dog. He was like, she needs to be a dog. Like she doesn't seem that bad. He was like, how long does she limp for? Like 5 minutes? And I'm like, she limps for like 45 seconds before she's totally fine running around. So he was tentative. He said, surgery is probably not the best option. And we'll just wait and see what she's like, whether or not she suddenly heals up. Not suddenly heals up, but it's this kind of stuff, joints and tendons and stuff, it takes a long time. Yeah, it's a dog. That'll be $300. He actually didn't charge us for this one. He didn't charge us. We had previously paid him huge sums of money, though, to look at Willow and do x-rays and stuff. But But today it was not an expensive, or sorry, yesterday wasn't a very expensive visit, and it was hopeful too. Apparently, what we've been doing is everything that we should be doing with her. He was like, I've told people to not move their dog at all, and they snap the tendon or the tendon gets damaged just as frequently as the people who I tell can just do whatever. So he's like, so just do whatever, just let her be a dog. And we're just limiting her jumping and stuff, because that's really where all the stress came from. I think we were too eager to let her jump up and down, especially up and down off of tall beds. I think that was really the big thing. That and running full throttle with her friends. She pushed it a little too hard without warming up. I'm just sad that she likes to sleep in a quiet area too much. She's been spoiled. I need to start like setting off like symbols around her, right? When she's sleeping, because she will not come down here and sleep anymore. We used to have this cool little dog that would come down here and say hi and then sleep under the desk, which would have been really cool to have. Maybe when she's older she'll do that, but for now she likes her quiet. If I am sitting quietly at my desk, she will come downstairs and get into the little nest that I've made her under the desk and curl up and sleep. And I'm clicking the mouse, I'm typing on the keyboard, but generally I'm kind of quiet. If I get up and I sit on this stool, she will just casually leave. She'll just be like, I'm gonna get out of here. So she likes sleeping by the front door where she can look out and see everything that's going on in the neighborhood. Yeah, we're building a workshop in a rental apartment. I guess you can get like a nice tool chest, and that could hold things like, the soldering iron and all the parts and stuff. That's what this one's doing partially. But like the tool chest also has a thing that comes out you could use as maybe as a work surface. Though, to be fair, this would only be for showing off parts, because this is an expensive like wooden tool chest. It's really nice. Yeah, he's gonna start building things. It's really like moving the stool and me. He's gonna start shouting at the furniture, I think is what, because she sees me just sitting in front of a computer just shouting at it. She doesn't know there's other people here. If you're in like an apartment, something like this, or like a partitioned storage thing that folds out like that, would be ideal, because you can keep, like a soldering iron and a bin full of stuff. You just have to kind of be careful about overdoing all of the parts and project stuff that you're getting, because it'll snowball into a very large thing. But if you keep it limited to like 2 toolboxes and a soldering iron. Nice payphone. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, I spent $300 on that fucking thing. I can't get into it. I need to do like a couple locksmithing streams where we try to break into a payphone. I've tried to look up how to break into it, because I wanted this to sit next to the mixer, and then I could do a bit where I pull up the phone and it sounds exactly like a phone, and then when I hang up it actually goes BAM, and then there's that little residual ring from slamming a payphone on the receiver. I gotta do something with that soon. Right now it's just decorative. These projects that you think you're going to do and you order like insanely expensive parts for. Then again, I spent $300 on this thing, on the steering wheel, just the steering wheel, for the force feedback steering wheel, and I sat on that for about 5 years. I think I got it in like 2013, and it was 5 years until I actually started working on the force feedback steering wheel project seriously, because I had Burn the Subs money. Burn the Subs propelled a whole bunch of my projects forward light years. Not to mention streaming keeps me like laser focused on a project. I know I shouldn't do as many repeats, because we're kind of like a variety game stream, right? Variety game streamers, their numbers start to topple when you do multiple projects, because people don't like to jump in mid thing. You start one of these streams where you're playing a game that nobody has seen before, and they start their whole plot, their whole read through of your stream on that part 1, and then a bunch of them drop off, people miss streams, and then the part 2, the only people who are incentivized are the ones that have already seen that part 1, so all the people that dropped off and missed one aren't going to join back in. So naturally it just tapers off as you do multiple parts, unless you're Rabaz and somehow you're able to keep a weirdly engaged audience watching when you're on, playing some building game for the 15th time that month. You have unfinished projects, fractally unfinished projects, yes, because they've got projects that branch out for them. But again, you know, keeping the variety up is a lot like variety game streaming. If I keep the variety up, everybody's on the same page, we keep the projects simple, and we don't overwhelm anybody. But I gotta finish some stuff, because people jump in and they get all snarky about me never finishing projects. Some people are actually kind of mean about that, to be honest. They don't really know what the score is. And so other people come in here and they always remind me about burn the subs. Not like I don't think about it. It's sitting on my goddamn wall. It's right there. There it is. There. It's right there. Burn the subs. Oh, I haven't thought about burn the subs in forever. No, wait, there it is. It's in my peripheral vision at all times. You know, people like to come in here and think they're being clever and reminding me about these things that I know very, very intimately. Yeah, it is a very common thing when you are somebody who works on projects. They're jealous. Well, it would be interesting if another streamer took up the moniker. I have absolutely no qualms with somebody building a burn the subs for themselves. They can do that. Go ahead. My code is out there. You can grab my code, you can put that up, you can make that your stream. It would be interesting to see. Somebody will probably go like 3 to 5 times more popular than you know, like I was averaging like 100 people watching. They'll probably have 600 people watching, right? If some big boy streamer like took up the moniker of burn the subs, that'd be pretty cool. People were saying I should take the boards and just bring them to Twitch and be like, here's a ledger of all the terrible screen names that you guys are allowing on your platform. It would be interesting to go to like a TwitchCon and get like a booth and put up burn the subs as my booth. I'll just put it up in the front of the booth and then I'll just sit in a lawn chair behind it and drink beer all day. That'd be kind of cool to do. Welcome, burn the subs. Here's my science project. Although I could, if I got a, can you get that? Hold on. Something like this, well, translucent. Something like this. And just put that, I don't know if this orange is necessarily blue blocking. I'd have to look up what the laser screens are actually made out of, but put that around the tip of the laser and then bring it to a convention and then have burn the subs working while the other ones are on display. One thing I do have to find, and I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that, this is in the far-flung future, and maybe I'll need your guys' help with it. Yeah, one of the Incredimike saying people thinking they know better. If these people who criticize the stuff that we do here made their own stream and made their own projects and stuff, we would be just flush with wonderful art, and it would be a wonderful world. But one thing that I'm going to have to be able to source, and I don't know where I'm going to find it, is somebody with a big horizontal bandsaw, because I think the best way to re-up this board is going to be to cut it in half. This is like park bench thick, and it doesn't need to be park bench thick. It can be half of the thickness minus the width of the blade. Zip that off, sand up the rest, and then I can put up another one. Because I have a feeling this one's going to fill rather quickly. We're going to do, well, I'm sticking to the plan. We're going to do 2 font sizes. One of them is going to be bubble letters, and that the bubble letter for the people who are subbing as an original sub. Then a Hershey font, the single line font that I created, for gift subs. So if there's 100 gift subs, you get 100 small names that are everywhere. And then if there's a real sub, they get a bold name. And we'll see what that looks like. We'll see what that ends up looking like when everything is said and done, and there's no room for another name to go on the board. But there's a lot of interstitial steps that we need to do before getting that running. I want to tack down hardware, and then we get Node-RED running as a front end for the whole shop. Then we can do these other things. Because yeah, there's a couple different like things that I want to do with sort of the Node-RED controlling everything in here, including some like lighting stuff. I want a hard drive status light for my server. I don't really know how to check smart statuses. I should probably log into that server and check it out soon. It's been a little while, and I don't want any surprises. Because that thing will run with a bad smart status for months, and if a hard drive dies, it doesn't have any way to notify me. I used to have it set up to email me, but there's no front panel statuses or anything like that. So if I can have Node-RED check it out every now and then and make sure that the smart statuses are okay, I have no idea how to do that, then it could make a light bulb red, and I would be like, oh shit, there's something wrong. This is a very chill soundtrack. I expected to get more of the high fleet weirdness. Where is their like banger track? Well, let's see. Where's the most? Oh, it doesn't have that. There it is. Yeah. I'm running TrueNAS. TrueNAS is a notification system that you can use to make alerts for various notifications. I use it to let me know when my backup's complete. Damn, I should do that. I don't have any backup jobs. I don't know what I should be doing with this file server. It holds all of my projects, apart from the stuff that I've transferred to GitHub. I also need to do a GitHub day where I just update everything and get a bunch of like 3D models up on GitHub and stuff. Because the projects that I work on here are not for my personal gain. They are here to be shared and to help propel whoever's trying to do stuff. Oh, is this going to bleed again? I just scratched the back of my wrist and the scab just flew off. That might seal up nicely. All right. Yeah, Brink, maybe I'll pick your brain when it comes time to for me to set that up, because I don't know if those notifications cover smart status. But that would be the first indicator that something's going wrong with the drive. I bought a new 6 terabyte drive, and I need to buy another one in like a couple months. I'll get another 6 terabyte drive, and then the server will be filled with 6 terabyte drives. The old 4 terabyte drives I'll use to store streams, because I store everything I do. Even the hard drives will probably go bad after sitting on a shelf for as long as they do, but every single stream that I've done since 2018 has been recorded onto a hard drive. Yeah, TrueNAS is generally very easy. It's really easy to set up. Mine is a 2 terabyte. All the critical data costs less than $15 a month. Oh, for backup. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have a lot of streams are saved all the way back to the very first one I did. I don't know what I was doing back then. I was building a brew controller. I was building this thing, this brew controller for my brew table. B2. I have Heroku, but that's for my public-facing glucose data. That's like private medical data, and I've just got it sitting there unencrypted on the internet for anyone to go to. You can go to cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com and see my current glucose status, which is embarrassing because I ate barbecue sandwiches, and although I gave insulin, my body appears to not be listening to it. Although I haven't gone over 300 in quite a long time. Hopefully some of the juices in my body will start flowing, and that's going to go back down. Gonna lurk a bit to get some work done? Well, that makes one of us actually getting work done. Maybe we should get started too. Let me get this music out of here. That was the High Fleet soundtrack. Hopefully it's not totally copyright all over up and down. I'm gonna burp. That one was like way down in the stomach. Jesus. Okay, couple things. We're going to work on this voltage controlled filter. I got a little bit done in between streams, not as much as I would have wanted to, because I was mostly uploading video and working on totally important projects that I'll show you right now. This is very, very important, this project, and I've been working on it instead of uploading video or working on the voltage controlled filter. Very, very, very important stuff here. Not really. It's just me being a big baby. I'm being a big nerd and working on an RC car. But what I did was I started to work on making a spoiler. So I took this suspension bar, I put it in the photocopier, made a photocopy of this thing, and then did, you know, near enough as makes no difference, factoring in common millimeter sizes. I made a replica of this part in Fusion 360, and then I was able to make something to hold up a spoiler, and I made kind of just kind of like a fun design. I was looking at car spoilers. It's hard to find a lot of different car spoiler designs, but I saw one that I thought was pretty cool, where it had just a flat piece in front, and then it sort of diverted air upwards with a piece behind it. I don't know about the efficacy of this in terms of giving you downforce or whatever. I just wanted to put something on this RC car to make it kind of look a little bit more, well, actually, the main reason I did this is so that it can't tumble and it won't immediately smash the wheel and break it off. Hopefully this works as a protector of the rear wheels. While I was at it, instead of just having the cow catcher in front, Short Lurker was like, that would look like a Time Attack car if you put another spoiler on the front. And since the other spoiler that I had looks like a backhoe, I'm not going to put that one up front. Instead, I took a reprint of this that almost failed. It has a big charred spot right there. And I just flipped it over and put it on the front. So now it's got sort of a Time Attack car look to it. It's a little stupid, but hey, whatever. Hey, Cosmo Quest, I'm being a big 10-year-old and showing off my RC car to stream. We're going to do a little bit more electronic stuff though later on. Cosmo Quest, constantly rating, lots of cool stuff going on out there. I saw as much as I could here in the Northeast, in the eastern side of Pennsylvania, of the eclipse. So we got pretty good coverage of everything. It's just exactly when the eclipse was happening, a huge dark cloud coverage rolled in. But I mean, we got the full eclipse experience here, where we got the twilight. It got dark gray, and then cold air rolled in, just as a result of there being no sun. Pretty crazy stuff. It was a lot of fun, though. Apparently, Google searches are for eyes hurt, headache, and I looked are on the up and up. Anywho, what are we doing here? Man, we did this quiet stream today. It is Tuesday. It is a day for me to work on the modular synthesizer. The modular synthesizer is a project that my buddy Julian of Zelikovic Music, Julian has been after me for nigh on 20 years to build. Yeah, it's the Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing. I have to stream on a Tuesday because of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Julian has been after me for nigh on 20 years. I don't know when that happened, but I mean, at some point he was like, dude, I've been after you for 20 years to build a synth. And I'm like, what, huh? When was that? I haven't known you for that long. Yeah, I have. I've known him for a long time. I've known him since high school. But anyway, he's been after me to build a synthesizer, and I've been telling him one day. And then it turns out that I've gone almost fully digital. I know everything digital that doesn't have anything to do with music. Digital, like, designing electronics for like this thing is like easy for me. Doing analog for audio has been something that I just have not been able to fathom. And mostly with me, it's exposure therapy. I need to be exposed to this stuff in order to get the nuances. And, maybe I'm hitting my head against the wall. Chat certainly thinks that I should not be as dumb as I am, but I am. And what happens is I end up hitting my head against the wall until something works, and then it clicks, and I go, oh, that's why that's that way. Or that's what I'm looking for here. Oh, that's what that mistake is. And you build up this repertoire of experience and experiences that will then propel you into the future of being an expert in something, or analog stuff in this case. That's just how I work. I don't know if a lot of other people work that way. Sometimes I hit the books, sometimes I do study, but mostly it's make the mistakes over and over again until you stop. It's the only way to teach me. But so anyway, I've been working on analog stuff, and we've been making mistakes, and we found some really good tutorials and some really interesting people making stuff with this technology, the synthesizer, this modular synthesizer tech. So we have an RPi 2040, and we have a bunch of filters, and that's able to make oscillations. You see, a modular synthesizer, a synthesizer synthesizes waves, right? It synthesizes musical sounds. And so the process of doing that, you have control signals that go into things that manipulate frequency, things that filter, things that manipulate filters, things that sequence and time things, and things that, do whatever management tasks. There's all kinds of samplers and things like that. So there's all these components, and they all can be put together in just about any configuration. Synthesizers typically have signature sounds as a result of what exactly their circuits are, what circuit schemes they're using to create the sounds, what filtration schemes they're using and giving you control of in the sort of flow path of operations that the synthesizer does. Eventually, people went, hold on a minute. Why are we doing it this way? Why don't we just make a singular module for that block task, creating a wave, a singular module for the other block task, filtering, and we put them in a standardized rack. And so there's two of these standardized racks sitting there. The thing with tubes coming out of it is burn the subs. It's just there as decoration right now. But the two wooden boxes that Julian and Dave made and gave to me are Euro rack synthesizers. There's another standard where it's a slightly larger panel, but these are tiny little panels. It makes it a little bit more portable. And what you have is essentially a walled garden of interactions that you can control. Use headphone plugs in order to plug things together and eventually make some kind of a pleasing sound that is controlled in a pleasing way and timed in a pleasing way. Now, I have no experience with that at all whatsoever. I played with that one a little bit, and all I've been able to really create is like marching drum noises. Dun, dun, da da dun, dun, da 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 dun. It's really bad. So I need a little bit of seat time playing with that thing, which I'll get, but I'm missing a few components still. One of the main factors into why I've started on the modular synthesizers is that you can buy circuit boards. You can go on these websites and they're selling circuit board designs for modular synthesizer modules, right? It started with modulars and then became normal synths. Really? Oh, I don't know. I guess there's a lot of deep lore behind all of these synthesizer things that I don't know because I'm super new to this. Even though I've been friends with Julian for 20 years, we've never worked on music together. We were going to at one point, and then at another point, he was like, I need vocals. And I'm like, well, I've been training vocals all my life. Not really all my life. I haven't, since college, I haven't really done anything with singing. But I was almost in like an elite group of singers from my high school. So yeah, I've had the vocal training, and Julian was like, we need to get you in for vocals. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I could do that. And then nothing happened. So like the music thing I've been adjacent to, and the modular synthesizer thing I've been adjacent to. And I've said, more power to those people who are building analog circuits and building all these cool things. That's super cool of them to do. And then I went off and did like my own digital like RC cars and this stuff, and you know, I haven't done anything specifically for music, so this is my foray into it, and I'm hoping I can do some cool stuff with this now that I'm starting to really get into analog here. I'm learning how to troubleshoot and fix things more than anything else. But the cool part is, like with modular synthesizers, people have said like, here, yeah, this design is just open, you can do whatever you want with it, because I'd rather see people like flourishing with my designs than to see people angry at me for selling it. It's like a certain push-pull about like, how much support do I want to provide? If it's a paid product, that means I have to fix it, like, and work with people. So people have said like, this design is free, you do whatever you want with it. And so what happens is a company will make a circuit board, and you can buy the circuit board. And once you get the circuit board, it's like, good luck, asshole. Everybody fades off into the bushes. You are on your own to build this thing, which I love that, because it allows me to get in there without having anything hold my hand. I can build these very hard to build designs and then troubleshoot them all in one. And we've had a couple months working on mutable instruments stuff. It turns out it was nothing about the mutable instruments stuff that wasn't working. It was all my soldering. We Dream of Wires. That's the no, that's not the. There's one. The Ladies of the Transistor is a really good documentary about the early electronic music stuff. They used to just be manipulating tape in order to make their all the noises that they make. It's pretty cool. It's just reel-to-reel tape, and they would splice together the tapes and record, you know, funky sounds from one to the other in order to make all the music that they made. Very cool stuff. But yeah, that's not We Dream of Wires. I gotta see We Dream of Wires then. I'll have to try to remember that. If somebody on Discord remembers, please tell me about We Dream of Wires, because I'll watch that. I'll watch the hell out of that. So what have we been doing? Well, in the pursuit of building the synthesizer, I'm still missing a bunch of stuff. You know, you can see right there, the state of it is pretty. I Dream of Wires. Okay, I'll do I Dream of Genie. Maybe, hold on, let me put that in my notepad document at the very bottom here. I got a notepad document for all the uploads, so I Dream of Wires. Okay, cool. Now I have that in my external memory. Okay, so the point is I've been building these modular synthesizer modules, and I pretty much, like, I asked Julian, like, hey, what do I need in order to build a modular synthesizer? And he gave me a list. And I kind of went down that list and ordered circuit boards for the whole list. And now that I built up most of them, except for the two that are in the upper right corner there, those two in the upper right corners are sons of bitches. Those things are fully analog, and they're impossible. I'm going to have to learn more about them in order to get them running. I really want to get the one all the way in the upper right. No, the closer one in the upper right. I want to get that one running because it's a Bic and Tick filter, and it should make some very cool noises. But anyway, all the stuff on the left there mostly works. I think one or two of them are still untested, but I put everything together, and now I've got a very limited amount of stuff that I can do because I'm missing certain elements of the synthesizer. I'm missing filters. I need some cool filters that sound cool and do interesting stuff. I would love to keep it more on the analog side, but I'm not unwilling to go digital with a lot of stuff. So one thing that I needed was a voltage-controlled oscillator. I have one, but I want to have a ridiculous number because it's more fun to have more things going on. And so the beginning of things is a oscillator, and so that's what this is. This one here that we put together is a design from a YouTuber named Hajiwo, and Hajiwo bucks against convention and actually produces modules that are cheap. It's so rare for somebody to actually make stuff that's cheap. Mutable's instrument modules go for a minimum of $300. Like, it's ridiculous. It's bad out there. It's bad out there. Music stuff is, the pricing on music stuff is always utterly crazy. So Hajiwo, bucking against convention, is taking a lot of these circuit elements, making a video out of it, putting them together, and putting it on his synthesizer rack. Now, there's some hidden costs to Hajiwo's designs, which are the cost for the board, the cost for the front panel, the time sync, all that stuff. That's what we're kind of getting into here. For this VCO, I took an RP2040, Hajiwo's software, and then Mutable's instruments filter designs, and put all that together to make a slightly less cheap but also kind of nice VCO. The code rewrite was a son of a bitch. We had to get all the way into that code and figure out exactly why it's doing what it's doing. This, of course, spawned from me trying to casually build the Hajiwo design, just casually piece together the Hajiwo design on a perforated prototyping board, having a tiny little aneurysm and a little bit of a mental breakdown. And when I pulled myself back together, I said, listen, I'm not spending all this time to build a perforated prototyping board. I can just build a PCB instead of doing this, right? And so that's what I did. I just straight up built a PCB. There's 4 mistakes on this board, and I have 10 of these things. So maybe at one point I'll do another run of these, and then I can just straight up build them out of nothing. And of course, Julian and Dave are going to profit from that. They're going to get a couple of these each when I manufacture them. Sorry, I'm burping. The cool thing about this board too, the second cool thing about this board, is that it has an RP2040, which is just a microcontroller platform. Anybody can code for this thing, right? And so the basis of the code teaches us how to turn a frequency wave into a PWM wave that goes into a low-pass filter and becomes an audio output. So I will share the design for this board on my GitHub, as well as the code rewrite. I don't think Hajiwo knows I exist yet. I should probably tell him that I exist. The same thing with Toil, who's another YouTuber that does DIY modules. I asked Toil a bunch of questions, probably too many questions, about getting the mutable instrument module working, and then it turned out to just be my soldering. So if you want another analog filter, look at the CEM3320 filter on a chip. I have those. I have those. Or no, this is the, which one is this? Oh, this is the LM3046. What's this one? Boy, this is hard to read through the thing. Somewhere in this pile, I think there's a couple of them. I was like, I know what those are. I worked with them. Wait a minute, I ordered them the other day. I ordered those. I don't just want like a low pass and band pass filter though. I want some like really cool filters. That's another LM. Let's see. Those are $43.91. What were those for? TNPW. I don't know. I think I have some somewhere. These are part of what we've been working on with the modular synthesizers is, of course, the constant stream of broken hardware that my wonderfully smart and amazingly talented friends have provided me with. And part of that wonky hardware is this M303 from Acid Labs. Acid Labs scratched off the names of the chips on their board, so I can't repair it, and I don't think Acid Labs can be asked to repair it. And also they're evil for scraping off chip names. That is the most evil thing you can do. And so we've been going through and cleaning up, well, sort of reverse engineering their design in order to find out what chips there are on that and figure out which ones are broken. And that's sort of taught us what the famed Acid House synthesizer does. Yeah, evil and dickish. Yeah, it's bad out there. I've dealt with scratched off chips before because, you know, one of my previous employees is on discovering things people don't want discovered. AKA hardware that went into a bomb. We've had scratched off chips. And in order to figure out what the value of a scratched off chip is, what you need to do, and there's no secret about this, what you need to do is you need to go through and this is where I need one of those 1 kilohertz tones. And so I can just bleep it out. I can just like beep and then go over to my face and I'm like, all the while beeping. But no, there's no secret to it. All you need to do is figure out what the circuit around the chip is and then have somebody who is experienced in using that chip come into your chat and tell you what the chip is. That's essentially how it went down. We figured out all of the surrounding hardware, and I was trying to look at chips that had sort of similar ins and outs, and then somebody in chat just spilled the beans, and then we had beans everywhere. And apparently they were exactly correct. It's tough because the way we would figure stuff out is there's a particular chip, it's got something to do with telephones, and we were able to, there's a certain like circuit structure that's very telling that you're using that particular chip. Not to mention the fact that most of the designs we were seeing are all from the same people. That's sort of what we were trying to figure out in that job, was find the similarities, because you need an engineer to do that. If you have an engineer and you tell them to do something and then you tell a different engineer to do the exact same thing, you are going to get two wildly different designs with two wildly different philosophies. And the devices that we were seeing over there did not have wildly different designs with wildly different philosophies. So something was up. Oh, this Passover is going to really mess with me, isn't it? That's going to make my job very difficult. I put in the wrong value capacitor, and there's an old article if you really want to know exactly what I was doing at that job. There's an article from 1,000,000 years ago that basically spills the beans all over the floor on what I was doing. I tend to be pretty vague about it, but I don't have to be. There are certain elements of the job that were classified, and I'm not even brushing up against those. But there's an article called Left of Boom, and that is all about what I was doing at that job. It's old. It's an old article. It's from a long time ago. Back when we were at war. What am I going to do about this? I've got this very fragile wire sitting here. Let's start over here then. Let's just start with the first. Let's see, we've got three diodes, right? 1, 2, 3, and then here's the first pins. So if I can get the solder out of these, maybe I can get the capacitor to drop off. So I'm going to start up the iron, and we'll desolder these. These are the wrong value capacitors, so I got to get the right one in there. And then we need to pick up wherever I left off on this circuit. I was uploading files, and then as a break, I would work on the circuit a little bit. I came up with a little bit of a plan, but it's still mostly pretty disorganized. And I probably should have come up with more of a plan to start with. Like from the very beginning, I should have come up with what exactly this thing is supposed to look like, because that would have saved me quite a bit of strife. A few gonads and quite a bit of strife. I think Gonad's streaming right now, isn't he? That's a big shadow. Can't see what I'm doing. Solder's flowed over. There we go. Now there's always just a little piece that's holding out on me. So I'm gonna move the light all the way up here. And then I'm going to get the soldering iron. I'm going to wiggle that pin a little bit and kind of push it out of the way. Maybe we can free it up. Yeah, that one's dropped out. This one is still holding on by a little tiny piece. It would be better if I had a light at the end of the iron, huh? If I had just like a little LED on it. That wouldn't look very good from a production standpoint, though. Because that LED light tends to be a little bit blue. All right, so that's still holding on for dear life. But I think I can just wiggle it free without damaging the pad. Ooh, what is my hand itch? I was chopping jalapenos today. Jalapenos and serranos. I washed my hands as well as I could. I probably should... Oh, look at all that solder. That's why. I probably should have worn gloves. I have gloves, too. That's the thing. Wait a minute. Let's get this out of here. I do want to thank the one commenter for setting me straight on the value of the capacitor. It seems like whenever I try to take a shortcut or I don't think about something hard enough, it is invariably done wrong. I don't know what that phenomenon is. It's like, same thing with circuit boards. If I didn't go over something absolutely thoroughly, there's a mistake there. And it just doesn't fail. Is that held in? No. I need to get solder on it. It doesn't fail. It's like if I'm not being overly thorough, I'm doing everything completely wrong. Turn off my brain for just a millisecond, and everything goes south. Yeah, well, no, but the problem is sometimes you can be complacent and things go okay. That never happens to me. You don't think about any of it thoroughly, you just remember the failures. Well, there's the selection bias. How's it going, Chester? How you doing? Did you see any eclipse yesterday? You said it was cloudy, right? We had a little bit of eclipse breaking through the clouds. Totally nailed it. That soldered in perfectly. Good excuse to go outside. Yeah, it was like a super nice day. I was happy to be. I sat outside like an old man in a chair. I was like, I should smoke. Then I'd be outside. No, I get enough exposure to terrible chemicals in my life. You know, we almost had a generation that didn't smoke. And then they had to make cigarettes, USB thumb drives, and strawberry flavored. It ruined it for a whole generation. We almost had a whole smoke-free generation. And then the technology sector got into it. Grandma's porch of rocking chairs. Yeah. Yeah, nice day it is, eh? I hope. We're getting in the proper value of capacitors because I put in ones that are way too small and would have had very little effect. Now we've got ones that are appropriately sized to Hajiwo's schematic. Hajiwo is an awesome creator, and I hope you guys are paying attention to him now because he deserves all the accolades and praise for coming up with cheap synthesizer designs. It's not something a lot of people are doing. There may be others. I would love to find out about them if anybody knows of them. The Moritz Klein's YouTube is another really good one for you guys to look at. And he does, is he Erica Synths? I think he works with Erica Synths. But he goes over the designs and exactly why everything is doing what it's doing. And although the information is presented slowly for my taste, if I suffer through and really pay attention, there's a lot of really, really good stuff in there to sort of get to know. I wish I could just suck his brain out like a mind flayer and get all of his knowledge. I mean, nothing. Is this flowing or not? You have to tell me if you're flowing over solder. That's the law. Yeah, I got, what was it, on Saturday I ordered the Eclipse glasses that we won't use for another 20 years. Actually, they go bad apparently. The stuff in the lenses goes bad. I had to pay $25 for 5, and we only need 3 pairs of them, and now they're totally useless. So where's that value? I didn't make any money off of the Eclipse. What the hell? I'm supposed to be min-maxing out here. Looks maxing. Oh, that's not even in. Good Lord. Okay. Just press down on the lead and heat this up. Owie, it's getting hot. Fucking ow! Jeez! Why is this not... It's not flowing because the solder on top isn't getting hot. Try just heating it from up here. Just hold that there for a minute. And then use my fingernail to push it down so I don't burn myself. I guess that's okay. It looks a little weird. All right, let's try to get this second one out. Although this one's also going to hurt me. Look how hot it is. All the heat. I mean, I guess I could have, instead of desoldering it, I could just walk it out. Now walk it out. Where'd that song go? Owie, the whole board is hot. Sometimes when you play with fire, you get burnt. Thanks, Qui-Gon. Everybody already knows this. Sometimes when you gamble, you lose. It's like the worst line. Right, you can get the others out by just walking them out. I think that may save me from damaging this wire right here. This very fragile wire wrapping wire. Oh, I've already put a little divot in it by brushing it with the iron. Very difficult to rework this when we've got such a dense circuit. It's gonna hurt. This one's gonna hurt me. You gotta give it time for that heat to get in there too. If you don't, and you're peeling up stuff with pads on the top, you can sometimes peel the pad off if you're applying a lot of heat. That pad is only held on by the adhesion force of the copper to the FR4 fiberglass. And while that is a pretty strong bond, I mean, surface mount electronics are pretty strong, it is only so strong. It's not as strong as, for instance, a through-hole pad, which would have solder on both sides, and then in between is the wire, and that forms like a rivet. So that's super strong, right? But then again, when you have through-hole electronics, if there's any kind of a shearing force on the outside, your electronics will bend like this and then break off. So surface mount, much tighter to the board, stronger, better against vibration. Through-hole, very, very strong with like a rivet through the board, but they will bend and pry themselves off more easily because they're taller. I don't know if forceps are the answer here. Maybe just working it with my hands. My poor burnt hands. My burnt hams. Localized entirely within the stream. What up, Matabu? Wait, you were here before, right? You're just saying 8 is something that... I don't know, man. I can't keep track of anything today. I can barely see thanks to that eclipse. I don't understand why Obama said to stare at the sun all day. But by God, that's what I did. There we go. And let's get this one out. And then we got to clean up the pads so that I can get new caps just loaded in. And then we'll be able to work on the rest of the circuit. How was I supposed to know that your lunch was dropping by? one. See, I guess just walking these out is the better way to go. So many capacitors died for this circuit. This is the second batch of them too. Let me put these away in the cap thing, and maybe one day I'll need them. These were 6.8, so these up here. I still got a bunch of them, but I mean, you know, one day I'll probably need one in the far-flung future. Okay, those are saved. Now I can clean up all these holes. Clean up these holes. Solder braid is probably, the solder sucker is the cheapest way to do it because it's the consumable of solder braid is actually oddly expensive, and it probably has a little bit to do with copper prices nowadays, because all solder braid is a braid of copper. You can get a little bit more value out of your desoldering braid by actually spreading it apart, although you're touching a bunch of flux when you do that, because this thing should have a little bit of flux on it. I always buy the same brand. I buy the brand, which is Chemtronics, which is a really good soldering supply kind of place. And solder braid is very visually pleasing, so I try to do it a lot on stream. But again, this braid is like, you know, it's like $5 a pop, and it lasts me a couple months per thing. You can clean the braid? That's not, I mean, generally that's not very, like, a good use of your time. How do you clean the braid? Is it less effective after you clean it? Never heard of that before. I've worked with dudes that have taken like CIA soldering classes. Usually if you're doing a larger joint, what you're supposed to do is move up on the braid a little bit and then you drag it as you go. You've no idea. Yeah, well, but yeah, you can peel it, you can pick this out and actually widen it up, and then it'll hold more. Generally though, like, time is money, and I don't have either, so I just raw dog it like this. And you can see it spread as it sucks away that solder until it is full. And I'm trying to avoid this stuff, because this stuff will turn into soup. What is going on down here? Huh, that seems a little stubborn. That little tab down there is not really working with me. I need the very tip of this thing in order to get into that spot without melting anybody. So I'm going to cut it again, and we'll start with fresh-ish. Freshish. Damn, I cannot wait for this chili tonight. That's going to be awesome. Hopefully the pulled pork doesn't ruin it. It's I did a pork loin, which is a bit more lean of a cut, but I did it as if it was pulled pork. That's being stubborn. I guess I'm going to try the solder sucker on this then. It was a pork loin, not a pork shoulder, and I should have treated it like a pork loin, but I put it in the crock pot, and our crock pot sucks because it's too hot. And so it overcooked the pork just barely, and so I've got this just barely dry. But no. You don't understand. This isn't quite pulled pork. It's in like a really nice sweet barbecue sauce, but it just loins. Yes, I've girded the pork loins, and it didn't go well. So I'm using it as the Did this not melt? What's going on here? I'm using it as the protein in chili. There we go. But listen, everybody has a different sense of what chili is, but for me, in the suburbs of Philadelphia, chili is just tomato sauce with stuff in it. And it doesn't matter that it's, you know, some people only meat and chili, or only this, only that, or you got to do it this way, you got to do it that way. No. Chili is just stuff in tomato sauce. And so I did three types of beans, black, pinto, and what was the other one? I don't know. It's one other. Red beans, because we were talking about red beans on the Discord. Yeah, and then the meat in tomato sauce. Yeah, so I did the normal cabinet spices, salt, pepper, etc. A lot of chili powder, and then onion that I let cook for more than 10 minutes. You know, all these 5-minute recipes tell you to cook the onions until they're soft. But what they really mean is spend 20 minutes simmering the onions on as low of a setting as you can get by with, because then you really release all those good onion sugars. You really caramelize the onions. So I made sure to do that. We had a poblano pepper and garlic, not much else. And then the pulled pork is going to go in with all that. Oh, it probably did an hour ago, but it goes in with all that at a later stage, so it doesn't cook very much. No one got time for that? Well, listen, you're going to benefit greatly if you actually do. I don't think it's going to make the meat any less dry, but this is why I always burn my onions. Yeah, certain recipes, you're really supposed to just sweat those onions for a long time. I put a little salt on the onions too. I think that helps them sweat out a little bit. Yeah, if you actually spend the time to do that, you have some wonderful, wonderful dishes. But all these recipe blog recipes always lie about it. They always go, yeah, just, you know, like put an onion in there and get it brown, and you'll 5 minutes to make this wonderful French onion soup. And it's like, no, you're supposed to spend quite a lot of time. All right, let's get this thing in here, huh? Hopefully I'm not pushing up any of the diodes under there. I mean, that's why the cheesesteak onions are so good, because they've been sitting on a griddle all day, or at least the ones that Jim's do. I haven't looked at how Jim's is doing these days, because they're rebuilding it. They had like a massive fire there on South Street. I guess I can bend over the leads just a little bit so that they don't, the caps don't fall out. That'll keep them cinched up to the board. I don't like doing that though, because then when it comes time to take them out, you've got to like unbend leads. I don't like doing that. What up, Poopsie Doodle? Does the thing do the stuff yet? No, we're getting there. A YouTube commenter said that I was using the wrong value of capacitor. They thought they were so smart that they could tell me, yeah, see, it did pop out, that they could tell me that I was using the wrong value of capacitor. The audacity. Well, they were right. They were absolutely correct. So we're spending a little bit of time here fixing my mistake. Oh boy, it's a nice day. It's like 60, 70 degrees out. And so everyone's walking they dogs. And so my dog is barking at they dogs. She's up dogging. There are a lot of times that the audience is absolutely correct, but there's sometimes when the audience is correct and I do not want their input because I want to make a mistake, because making a mistake is part of the process around here. It's part of the narrative of what I do, and dealing with those mistakes is what splits the experts from the amateurs. So a lot of the time you get robbed of that opportunity by the IDE that is chat. It's a tough balance, and some of you guys walk it very well, and the ones who don't, I understand perfectly fine what's going on and why it's difficult to do to not speak up at certain times. It's a tough thing to do. So I don't fully fault anybody. Maybe I'll give you a little bit of flack. I might read you the riot act undeservedly, but in the end, none of that stuff is coming home with me, right? Chat IDE. Chat IDE is what taught me Python, and I was actually pretty good at Python for a while there. The Chat IDE is oddly knowledgeable for the fact that I don't have any kind of a digital means of following along to what I'm doing. Like, you literally are just looking at the screen. They somehow are able to first of all, fully understand some very complicated structures and programs, and in addition to that, make commentary on specific lines of code that might be slightly wrong. It's like, how did you see the semicolon? I just scrolled by that for a half a second. It's easy when you don't know the problem. Head in sand topology. Let me put that in there, and that is it still facing the right direction? These are facing, you can tell by whether or not the H is upside down. Yeah, the line goes on the bottom, so that one, the line is on the bottom. So yeah, we'll just put that right in there. I finally have a place for the ultrasonic cleaner. I got a little shelf to go by the utility sink in the other room. So the first task for the ultrasonic cleaner is going to be cleaning off the my cold smoker. And then I can attach the cold smoker to the hot smoker. Damn it! Where did it go? It's gone. It's gone forever. And then I'll have just a big smoke chamber. I'm not like Uwo's lab, blah, 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 where I'm doing it in a photo, like a filing cabinet in a basement. I'm just not like that, chat. I'm sorry. I have to do things properly, at least just slightly. Where did that diode go? It's gone. It popped off of the tweezers, and then it shook this mortal coil. Shook. It shooked it away. This mortal coil. Ah, god damn it. When did I do that? Ugh. That's terrible. I gotta watch where I'm putting this iron, because I'm starting to really eat away at some of these plastic pieces that are surrounding this thing. All right, so where did that go? Yeah, the soldering measured twice, cut once doesn't quite apply, since it's very reversible. It's not like cutting a thing. It's very, very reversible. Just keep in mind that you are the most fragile thing in the shop, right? You are the softest thing in the shop, but you're the only thing in the shop that can heal. So if something goes wrong, throw your body between the machine and your workpiece, because that productivity lost cannot be gotten back, right? We just don't want to lose productivity. The boss will get mad. So definitely throw yourself in between the thing you're cutting and the thing doing the cutting. That way everybody stays rich. Well, the upper management stays rich. If they don't meet their numbers, you know, that's the worst thing that can happen. All right, where's that line? There it is. Nope, it's on the other side. Oh God, where did it? These posts sticking up are getting in the way. Maybe I should, yeah, I should trim these now, and then I'll have space to work. I'm on Twitch. I'm not obligated to give good advice, all right? There's no governing body that's going to keep me towards saying things that are both truthful and well-meaning. Some of these diodes are a little bit crooked. Okay, there. Now I can actually work. Cabinet smokers usually scare me. Like that was a cabinet fire hazard chemicals cabinet. Oh God. Yeah, it was the filing cabinet, a chemicals cabinet. The real OSHA one is that you have to have that cabinet that's like partially outside of the shop so that it can be extinguished if needed. But like, was somebody using the filing cabinet for weird chemicals, or what is the paint going to do when it gets super hot? You know, they don't paint the filing cabinet with temperature stable paints. They just use whatever beige they have on hand, or powder coat with whatever beige they have on hand, in which case you have plastic and heat and food in the same place, which I don't really like. I don't really like that. Okay, the band is on the bottom piece, although that's hard to tell. I need thinner tweezers for this job. I think maybe I can just scooch it in. Maybe you can just scooch it in onto the pads here. These, I don't know why they designed the diodes this way. I guess we went over this last stream, but it just is a little weird that they're built like integrated circuits. It makes it a lot harder to see what's going on and work with it. They really could have taken a page out of some other electronic components and put like a big band on either side. That makes it so much easier. SMDs like ants. I'm used to working at this size, and the fact that I've got this gloriously capable webcam microscope, I don't know why. Does this set me apart from some other like electronic streams, having this specific view? Has anybody else gone this route that I have? Because I think I would have been outpaced by now by all the other people doing this kind of stuff. The community has grown quite a bit, and I'm super excited to see that. People wonder why I'm so positive towards my competition, and it's like, bro, like this is already pretty eclectic. The more people we have doing this, the more it'll attract the people who do this stuff to Twitch. Fuck you, YouTube. I hate you, YouTube. No, YouTube has a lot of people that do this. I just want to get them on Twitch. Twitch it's much easier to have her chatting and stuff. YouTube is starting to catch up, though. They're starting to catch up a little bit to Twitch in the sense of having sort of a nice chat. But their whole move to have your content created under your real name was not a good idea. You got a lot of people using their real name on for YouTube, and it's like, you guys got to be careful. My name's already out there. I wrote for Hackaday. I've done this online content creation since a long time ago, and so I even had to get government approval to write for Hackaday. I had to be like, hey, government, I know I've got a clearance, but I wanted to write for this tech blog with unrelated stuff. And they sort of, back then, they sort of just waved their hand and went, yeah, it's fine. Because nobody knew what anything was on the internet. Not aware of many that have the top-down and thermal view. I think the only way that I can like propel myself into better stuff is if we somehow crack the egg of having having a thermal microscope. I want something that can go alongside with the microscope so that when we're looking close at stuff that's being soldered, we could differentiate between the things that are going on. This is pretty much a pinhole camera, so if I move it really, really close to stuff, it's still in focus, but I don't want this to be like right in front of where I'm soldering. I want a little bit of standoff distance. I don't know if I can do that because thermally conductive lenses are not cheap. They're not cheap. They're not cheap at all. They're like a type of crystal, I think. No, I love YouTube. I just I want to glean a lot of the electronics people from YouTube and get them over here. Just on-demand video is a little bit more in line with tutorials and stuff like that. People aren't looking for long-form live content about electronics. Some of y'all are. You're all here, which is great. Okay, so where are we at? Well, now we have the unenviable task of figuring out what parts of the circuit I've built and what parts I haven't. Now that we've gotten the capacitor controversy over with, I now need to figure out where we are. And I think my documentation of that is somewhat lacking. Oh, no, maybe it's not. So we have an attenuation path, and then we have the resonance path. The resonance path is a feedback, and resonance will give it quite a bit of good sound. So we got these. And so now we need to hook up the lines that go out to the capacitor, sorry, the potentiometers, but I need to also set up the structures that are going to go there. I'm trying to be here, but my mobile hotspot is disagreeing with my life choices. I should use my cell phone more for mobile hotspotting. I really would love to do. And I don't know if you guys would be able to dox me, because apparently Google Maps does not come in here. So I have a fairly less doxable outside view. If I brought you guys into the garage and I had my cell phone, possibly over NDI, going to this machine, could I do a stream working on my car? Because I got a lot of stuff that I want to do. I would have to get a welder from somewhere, though. I'd have to borrow a welder from somebody. Actually, my buddy still has my welder. I could probably borrow back my welder for a day and maybe get a couple sheets of metal, get the angle grinder outside. I don't know. I don't know if that would be a good thing to do, because if people are walking their dogs out there, I don't want them to like need to sign a waiver or anything, right? I shouldn't be recording people who don't know they're being recorded. So, and they're absolutely, neighbors would come by. Yeah, I think for fixing my car, I'd better go to my brother's house. He's got a full garage and everything. That would be a cool, like, different type of content to do though, and it's something that I've needed to do so that my car doesn't completely return to earth in rust. All right, so we need to get into some of this stuff that I have not highlighted as having been wired, like ground, like -12 stuff and +12 stuff, and some of these pieces here, 10K ohm ladder. So we're basically taking, this would be 6 volts and a 10 ohm capacitor and biasing this line, which is also getting resonance feedback. Huh, a lot of weird stuff going on here. We need this thing going on. Oh, 333 and 2.2 from that. All right, so let's start somewhere and end up somewhere. I guess we should start with the attenuation input. So attenuation input, is that just, that's just audio input. Where's that one coming from? It's coming from here. I think I already have pieces of this thing up. I think I may have already wired it. Well, no, because there's nothing. Oh yeah, here, wait, here, hold on. Here's the MS Paint. Now you guys can see. In. So in. Okay, in is this one. So that one is going directly to an out, and we'll have to put a wire on for that. There's that. So our input is the non-stacked one, so that's here. 103. Wait, why do I have that directly coming out of that? That's not correct. What am I doing over here? Input on the, oh wait, output is on the bottom right. Input is on the bottom left, which, yeah, it's this one. So I kind of messed up here. This stuff shouldn't be here. This stuff should be where the base of the ladder thing is. Here I've got a 2.2 going over to there. Here I've got a 2.2 going over to there. So we need that stuff to be the 10 of the 33 and the 10K is this stuff. It shouldn't be connected to here, although this is a nice place to put it. So maybe what I'll do is I'll do the 2 wires over here. This goes to ground. Yeah, all right, let me get some of the solder up here. I need to move all this stuff over by 1 pin. Oopsie Doodle has MIG and TIG machines sort of near Chicago. Only mentioned because your accent sounds maybe close enough. I'm in Philadelphia. I'm in the suburbs of, well, no, I'm in Philadelphia, I say, from the Thorndale line. Actually, it's a different line, but I'm not going to tell you exactly what train stop I'm at. But anyway, the point is, there was one time that Kit Boga was talking to one of these scammers, and the scammer mentioned that he was in Pennsylvania because he's trying to sound like he wasn't, you know, in India. Said he was in Pennsylvania, and Boga goes, "Oh, I know Pennsylvania. Where are you from?" I'm like, "Uh-oh, Boga, what are you doing here?" And the guy was like, "Oh, I'm in Paoli." Or no, he actually said Berwyn, which is where I am. And Boga is meanwhile Google Mapsing it, and he pulls up Berwyn and he goes, "Oh yeah, way out in the sticks." I'm like, "Hey, hold on a second, I'm not in the fucking sticks." Like, you bitch. That's totally wrong. I'm in civilization. Now, but I'm from Philly. Actually been in Philly most of my life. Took a brief aside to go up to Quantico, Virginia for a bit. Well, that was Alexandria is where I lived. I worked in Quantico. But yeah, now I'm back in the Philadelphia. I know, he is trying to bait the scammer, but it's still like, it's my town. You're both making everything up and you came up with my location? That is a lot of solder. We'll fix that in a second. Way too much solder. I think what it's supposed to be doing is bridging between these two. But we don't need that much solder there to bridge between the two. I'll put wires out here and then we can move those up to the connections. And I do it on this layer because, or no, I do it on the other side because the other side gets sandwiched in between the panel and the circuit board. Bigger the glob, better the job. Man, I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot. Yeah, this has become a very sloppy circuit, and there are probably ways that I could have done this better. I should have planned it out a little bit better, and I think doing the MS painting that we did is something that I'll do in the future. I'll take a picture of a circuit board, of a perforated prototyping board, and we can kind of plan out a couple different little shapes on it by just drawing on it. And then I'll have a plan, and hopefully things will go to that plan, or not. These are all grounds here, and the 10 UF goes to, which one? It goes to the minus or plus section of this. There's two sides, one is plus and one is minus. This one is the minus side, and the minus side is this side. So it goes to this pin. Oh, wait a minute. Have I already built this? 2.2, 2.2, 10U goes up to a 10. Hold on a second. This might be redundant, what we're looking at. Only so much you can do on perf board. You know, I mean, I also could have just jumped over to build an actual circuit board, and that would have made my life, I probably would have already gotten the circuit boards. In spite of mistakes, I probably would have just been able to swap parts out much more easily as well. And maybe next time I got to talk myself down from the tree and actually do the job of perf boarding. So there's all of our 668s instead of 6.8s. And then we've got the negative sign over here, and I've got the capacitor there, and I've got the 2.2, and the capacitor goes to the base in the 2.2 I have the capacitor, but then I have nothing. So 10K 33 ladder, and 33 goes to ground, and that's what has to go here. And then the plug is a totally different structure. So I removed this stuff, and I don't know what I'm going to do with oh, well, we could just take that 33. We'll steal this 33 away from this section and move it over to where we're working, and that goes to ground. So we'll have to find a ground that's nearby. I still haven't wired anything to ground though. Yeah, look, I've gone down the road before of trying to send an email sucking the butt of any such company to try to get a sponsor. I probably shouldn't be out here asking for other people to sponsor me. I have currently like 30 viewers, right? I used to have 100. If I had 300 or 2 maybe, I would be in a much better stance to be getting some of these sponsorships, you know, like free oscilloscopes. I spent $700 on that oscilloscope, man. And I'm just sitting here like showing off Rigol to everyone and their dog. I should be getting a significant paycheck for doing that, but it's just not how things work. Unfortunately, YouTube has kind of ruined it for me, the live streamer, because the numbers are so much bigger on YouTube. My YouTube channel is also struggling, so maybe I'm not that good at creating content. But either way, it's like, you know, things should be a whole lot better. But it's just what I got to deal with. What is that pin doing? What are you doing right there? Shouldn't you be connected to something? We'll investigate that in a second. I'll just put the 3.3 down here. Just park it for the time being. 470 goes to, I think that's supposed to make a connection, and it's not. This right here. Oh, I may have made the jump on the other side of the board. That's negative. I did not make that jump. That's in fact going vertically. So what is that pin doing? It's got this one here. Oh, that's the base. That goes down to here. This one here. Oh, is that the jump? No, that's not the jump. That's a different jump. What is it? There's 470, and then it goes all the way over to here. I don't know. I don't know what that one's doing. We'll have to investigate that in a minute. Boy, this has gotten very confusing, this design. Not my best work. So this one goes to a ground. Do we have anything that's ground nearby? You guys can see paint, so I can just show you it. Okay, so let's go over here to the pictures that I took. Having a microscope with this flat of a view is very helpful for doing stuff like this. Now, this isn't exactly what's there. I've altered a lot of the stuff going on. Emitter, emitter. So that one should be connecting to the other emitter. And it's not. Oh. What was going vertically out of this thing then? Huh. Or is it vertically with the collector of the next transistor? That's what it is. Oh, ha, ha, ha. So these three, I'll get a pointing device here. This, and this. Because these are the two emitters, and this is the collector. These three need to be connected to one another, which is I, and then it's 4 up on I. Oh, there's no labels on the underside. Cool, very useful, thank you. I love these things. Is that I on both sides? Yes. So, actually use the things that they put in here to help me build stuff. So we're I, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shouldn't it be? Oh boy. Okay, we've got some missing stuff here. Something's looking a little weird here. If I did go vertically, then that connects that to the base, which shouldn't be the case. So it would be 1, 2, and then over to the right. So that's there. But then if I go over to the right, then these two are connected. But this is, wait a minute, these are connecting the collectors. And then we have emitter, emitter. Oh, no, it doesn't go emitter to base, it goes emitter to collector. So emitter, emitter, and then it has to go here to this collector. If you do this one 180 degrees, that's a collector. Wait a minute. This is a collector. No, that would make this a collector. These are the same pin. No. What? Yes. Flat spot. It goes collector, emitter, base. So, did I screw this up completely? I might have. I might have screwed this up pretty bad. Hold on a minute. I can't believe it keeps screwing this up. I totally redid this area off stream and I thought I got it right. But I'm gonna double check my work here. Is it really emitter collector base? Let me pull up the data sheet. Pull up the data sheet. There is the data sheet. It tells us all we need. Emitter collector base, ECB. Okay, ECB. 1, 2, 3, ABC. Emitter collector base. Emitter collector base. Okay, so that's correct. So then, looking at these, oh boy, the emitter is all the way to the left, and the emitter goes to that stuff. And we are looking at this one. So the emitter goes to a 2.2K. No, it doesn't. The emitter goes to the other emitter. Emitter to emitter. So, emitter to emitter. Collector goes up that way, and then base, which is the middle pin, is not going to the right thing. Base in this one is going to, Okay, so the transistors are coming with me. These are kicked out. Shit, I can't believe I got this wrong. How am I going to remove these without too much pain? So I'm going to have to go into the other side of the board. I can't believe I messed that up. Hold on. So the diode ladder comes down here and it goes to the collector, and these things are emitter. Wait a minute. I'm getting confused. This stuff kills me. This is why I like the surface mount ones better. The Darlington pair from Hill. It's not quite a Darlington pair though, because it's taking two parts of a signal. They're using these instead of op amps, but it's not quite doing a Darlington. I mean, we are using a transistor to trigger another well, actually, we're using a transistor to supply another transistor that has ground reference on it. So that's a little weird. It's a little bit of a strange thing going on. This is why analog is so damn confusing to me. Double check my pins. My pins would be emitter, collector, base. So this one is in backwards because the emitter is not supposed to be. The collector, the middle pin is, oh wait, no, it is. Okay, the emitter is connected to my, wait a minute, hold on, my brain. My poor brain. Don't you guys ever think about the streamer's brain? Why can't I just have my brain? Wait, that is the base. Okay, so the base is connected to the RC. So this is correct. The collector. Hold on a minute. No, my brain hurts. Anybody else smell toast? This is the emitter. And so this is also the emitter here. And then this one is the emitter. So this is the one that's in backwards. This one is not supposed to have the emitter here. It's supposed to have the collector here. Oh, but in this one, the collector is actually up here. So my straight line wiring is correct. So the emitter's here, and then the collector is on that stuff, and then the base is over here. This is the one that goes to the 1.2K and ground on the other side. All right, I'm starting to understand that what I did was actually correct, and that transistors are very confusing when they're through hole. So far this is in fact correct, and it is wired up correctly. It's just my notes are completely wrong. I don't know why attenuation is connected at all. This is wrong. And then over here, it's, what is it? Emitter, emitter. Why is emitter over there? E, and then E. Or emitter, emitter, collector, and vertically. Okay, this is, my notes are untrustworthy at this point. I can't look at them. They're completely untrustworthy except for this part that I haven't wired yet. So over here we have a 10 UF connected to the base of the negative side, which is the bottom. This one's the positive side. So the negative side of our resistor ladder connected to a 2.2K that brings it out and around to the other 2.2K over here. And there's nothing else on that line except for a voltage divider that I started to build up here, and we'll need to like build it somewhere around here maybe and put a capacitor on the other side. But first, let's just concentrate on this part right here. And so I've got that 33 right here that has to go to a ground. The only ground that I have, what is that? That's the 4.7 going to, did I connect these two? Because I think they're supposed to be connected. Oh boy. The positive 12 goes over to this pin. This pin is, I think, negative 12 though. Where's my schematic? Hold on. I need more pinouts. I'm so confused. It turns out everything I was doing is correct. It's just so complicated that my memory lapses, and then I think, well, I did something wrong. That's BC546. We don't need that. Although we do have a 547. It's just the 2SC. Wait a minute. Oh boy. Collector base emitter. Oh shit. Oh no. It's CBE. I was looking at the wrong transistor. Uh-oh. We do have to rewire all the transistors because I was not looking at the BC547, which is the transistor that I used. I was looking at the SC something or other. And so my thoughts of what pin were what over here is wrong. Is wrong. Is wrong. It's CBE. Let's look back at this data sheet. Oh God, I got to rework this whole area now. CBE. I should have used surface mount. Surface mount is so much easier to rework. I know people are like, no, surface mount is way harder. No, man. Look, I don't have to dig anything out of the board to reconfigure surface mount. You twist it around. You just desolder it from the top. You can look down at your board and know everything that layer is doing, instead of there being like hidden things under the board that are influencing. So we need to get all of these transistors out of here. I'm going to put the big tip on the iron so that I can just put a ton of heat down and just pluck the whole thing out. That's going to be the easiest way. Hot take alert. Yeah, it is. That's one of my hotter takes, is that surface mount is much easier to work with. Not only is it easier to work with, it's easier to rework, and it's easier to unwork. It's easier to reverse engineer. Just because you're not dealing with code, like nothing is hidden behind wizard's language. Everything is just in English. You've got numbers on components. You have traces on layers that are readily apparent and directly in your face. So, all right, let's get these things out of here. Let's get these transistors out of here. I did it wrong again. I thought I was smarter than this, but I'm not. In fact, I may have to remove all of the transistors because this one is now wrong too. I don't know if I'll trust the reworked transistors, though. I might have to put new ones in. Still got plenty of them in the cabinet there, but unless we can find like a surface mount equivalent and I can just convert them all to surface mount. Try selling the audiophile nerds that there isn't an audio difference between SMD and through-hole components. Well, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't consider the fact that the path of the power is much more succinct in surface mount. The power is a much more controllable path. You don't have it going from a pad up and into a resistor and then out and down from that resistor. That's got to create a little bit more of a audio path complexity and interference than you would expect. I have a solder sucker. The one that I prefer to use is, in fact, in direct view. It's right there. The solder sucker that I use, yeah, they think through-hole is better because they're stuck in the 70s, is what the consensus is, and I don't understand. Like, wouldn't you want your audio path to be more pure? They're not engineers, they're audiophiles. This is the solder sucker that I prefer. This is the Engineer SSO2. It uses the Star Trek The Next Generation font on it. You can only see a little bit of evidence of that in the shape of the E with the line through it. That's probably why none of them are using that font anymore. I wonder if Paramount tried to sue people. But this one is aluminum. Anyway, I was mentioning earlier about your smoking efforts, by the way. But this one is fully rebuildable. I put dielectric grease in it. The one that I got actually has a metal plunger in it, inside of it. Can you buy this thing anymore? There's like tons of listings for knockoffs that are cheap. And I think the cheap knockoffs are the ones without the metal plunger in the middle. Don't know if they work the same, they probably do. What I really appreciate about this one is it has a 1/4 inch of clear silicon tubing in the tip. Do not buy the Engineer branded silicon tubing. Just get a roll of regular old silicon rubber tubing. It'll cost you much less. And then when it comes time to re-up that tip, all you need to do, well, no, this one does not die, hence the worn stuff. Wexo sent me the original one of these, but all you need to do is put a piece of silicon rubber tubing on the end. This doesn't actually seem to fit. This might be the wrong size. Yeah, this stuff's falling off. Why is that? Hold on a second, we got drama now. Here's a different piece. I guess the stuff I got was a little too big. I think I get 3mm tube or something. The cool thing about this, though, is that when you re-up this tip, right, you push the tip on, you push the thing on the tip, and then it holds it like this. Now, I could use this as a solder sucker, but the cool part is this thing has, oh, wait, hold on. This thing has a little extraction piece on it. And so what you do is you advance that up. I got to hold a big spring right now and show you guys this at the same time. And then just like some controversial thing that I would name here for the sake of comedy, and I can't think of anything, you just cut it like that. Well, I could have done with a better cut on that, but this will still be functional. Probably better to use the knife to do this, but I'll just even that out a little bit. So the cool part about this is not just that you have the ability to, eject whatever solder's inside of it. When you go to extract, where's the circuit board? When you go to extract something, this silicon rubber tip makes a seal. And that's the most important part. You can hold the iron there, the silicon rubber will not melt, hold this thing up, and then shoomph, and away goes your solder. Mostly inside of this thing, most of it gets extracted. The stuff that doesn't eventually builds up inside the body of this thing, and then you just simply take it apart. You just take it apart. You just unscrew this, take it apart, wipe everything off, put a little bit of grease in there, and you're done. You've fully refurbished your solder sucker. I have done a lot of sucking with this thing. Like, I suck pretty badly. I mean, I suck really well, and a lot and often. And so this thing, by all means, should not be working right now, considering the amount of use. The typical one that people have is the Hacko solder sucker, right? Nothing's wrong with sucking. Everybody's got to do it sometimes. But eventually you get good at it. This thing. Everybody talks about these things and their big plastic white tips. This plastic right here does not tolerate solder temperature. You're not supposed to sink it into what you're sucking from. So there's no real like vacuum barrier in the thing. I hate these things. I hate this style. This thing is superior in every measurable factor, right? Audiophiles crack me up. They think $1,000 gold power cable makes a difference. Guess what's in the wall where the cable's plugged in? Yeah, and the other part is like digital signals over expensive cables is just silly. You don't need to replace this tip very often. It does get worn though. But yeah, that's the solder sucker that I use. I'm very adamant about the specific one that I use because I hate solder suckers. I don't think they work at all. I do have one of the heated ones with a pump in it, and it's actually really good. So okay, so what were we doing? We were getting all of the transistors out of this thing because I'm terrible. I'll tell you guys first, like, you know, I guess people consider me good at this stuff, and I am, but I make stupid mistakes. And so the stupid mistake I made was the transistors that I put into the board. I was looking at the wrong data sheet for the pinout, and the pinout on the two data sheets does not line up. So we need to rebuild a lot of this stuff with the transistors. At least we're finding these problems, right? I had the YouTube commenter tell me the caps were bad, and now I've told myself that these transistors are bad. I'm hoping we can build this thing and it actually works, but the chances of that happening are starting to slim. Starting to get a little slim. So I put the big iron on my tip, and so now we're going to try to remove these transistors just in one fell swoop. In order to do that, I should probably grip it with something that's not going to burn, like my fingers tend to do. So I'll use forceps, and I guess I can hold this vertically. Yeah, I was saying earlier before Uo Slab got here, I got my ultrasonic cleaner finally has a home. It finally has a home, and so that means that I can actually start using it to clean stuff. And one of the things that I need to clean is the cold smoker that my brother got me, which is essentially just an aluminum tube. But the ultrasonic cleaner, it's been outside connected to the regular barbecue for like a year, and so it's disgusting. So I'm going to try to use it to clean that off, and then I'm going to attach that to the hot smoker. I have one of those like cabinet-y kind of looking things, and so I'll be able to cold smoke stuff again. And then I will have more cream cheese than I ever want to deal with. Delicious smoked cream cheese. That's all I'll make. How big is the cleaner? Which one did I get? I forget. It's not huge, but it's not the tiniest. I know that doesn't narrow it down at all. It's just I don't have any memory of what size I ordered. Smoked cheese. Yeah, I got to do more smoked, like cold smoked stuff. I don't know about basement smoking, though. I don't think I'm brave enough for that. Dumb enough? Brave enough. We'll call it brave enough. That way I'm being nice. Even my brewing setup, I refuse to allow plastic in the brewing setup. We got to get back to that. Someday. One of these days. This is not moving. Come on. I need this. All my transistors are in wrong. Ooh, that's a classic solder smell that I'm getting. Did I burn something plastic? It smells like Radio Shack. Don't do it. My house still smells like barbecue. Listen, I could have told you. As somebody who's done electric indoor brewing, it's bad. It's real bad. The brewing, like when you're brewing, you're extracting sugars into your wort. Wort is just the liquid with all the stuff in it, and you get sugar from wheat. You get sugar from like the hops and the barley. Everything is boiling down to a huge amount of sugar in a big tank that you're boiling down. And so all that little extra stuff ends up in the atmosphere and it stinks the place up for a couple days. I run a big, it's for growing like pot. It's a big blower fan that I can hook up to the window and just have a huge amount of extraction. The reason that most of this milling machine is rusting is because I brewed in this room. That's what this table was originally for. That's why it has a drain on it. I don't think we're going to get such friction while making music that we're going to be crying into the table, and I need some kind of a drain for that. No, this is for brewing. So, hey, thanks for hanging out, Wonky Robot. I appreciate you. Brewed in my house too, and it's not... Yeah, it doesn't make it smell. Oh, yours is worse? I don't know what to there's like barbecue places that don't stink to high heaven. Actually, the barbecue place kind of does stink, but it's not as stinky as you would expect it to be. And they have some kind of equipment that does all the extraction of the smoke and everything. So your meat is still exposed to smoke, but for some reason, everything doesn't smell like the inside of a burn barrel. Like, I don't understand how they do that in the professional equipment. Frying Brussels sprouts smells worse. I roasted them yesterday. Much stronger fume extractor. What was the one that I got? Well, let me go through my order history here. Look up blower. All kinds of innuendo today. No. Okay, so there's no evidence of what I got in here. I'm just going to go back to Amazon. I live really near a distribution warehouse for Amazon, so that's why I order from it way too often. Blower fan. Whoa, no. Getting close. It was something like this kind. It's funny, I ordered it from these guys, and yet it's not in my order history. Oh, that one would actually be pretty useful. That looks cool. That's $150. Never mind. It's too expensive. But yeah, these kinds of things that are used in like hydroponics or like growing pot, not having it smell, is what I used when I was brewing in order to get all of the moisture in the air, out of the air, and out of my basement. It still stank to high heaven, though, when I was done. It was a cloyingly sweet wort smell that was kind of stuck in the basement. Really, you have the orange one? Have you been using it? It's like, shouldn't that be super powerful? From my old helium neon laser, and we looked at that a little while ago. The helium neon laser had one of these kinds of guys on it, and it's a 150 cubic feet per minute squirrel cage fan. That thing was insane. I have to keep that thing from heating a room up and exploding, you have to basically remove all the air in the room like every minute or two. It's insane. But the other versions of that laser, the one that I didn't get was the one that had two big AC fans right on top of it. But that would heat up my old room when I'd start playing around with it through laser shows. Then again, the amount of power coming out of that laser, a lot of it is lost into smoke. A lot of it is lost into heat because it's the krypton argon. The krypton argon is a lot less good at producing laser light for the amount of power going through it than a diode is nowadays. But it's a lot cooler. It's a lot more coherent light. It just looks nicer. Smoking in a filing cabinet sucked all the smoke, but the other one, I think, spread the smoke out too much. Because I know people have, like, in like a shed, first of all, they don't do it in their basement. You idiot. Of course, that's why you get 200 viewers, and I get these fuckers. What the hell is wrong with you, chat? Don't you guys mitosis into more people and have more viewers? Do it. I'm just messing around. Anyway, yeah, it's the ones that I've seen in like a shed, they'll have it up against the wall, and then at the top, it's got like the extraction stuff. Diode lasers are crazy. Fiber lasers are the next new hotness. Yeah, fiber lasers scare me. You know, I know lasers and fiber lasers. I saw a YouTube video of some fella with this fiber laser. It might have been Play With Junk. I'm not sure which one it was. But they were etching rock with the fiber laser, which that boggles the mind. That moved. It moved. I don't know which. I'm on the wrong pads, I think. Oh, yeah. These are spread out. So it's 1, 2, and 3. Hold on, I want to get this transistor out of here. I think I'm on the wrong pads. Whoa, okay, it just flew out. $3,000 Alibaba fiber lasers? I'm gonna look this up. My chat tries to kill me. This place is nicer. Let me tell you something about chat trying to kill you. Back in the day, a long time ago, and I probably still have the stream, but the first time Rob-Oz ever raided me, when I was just getting to know Rob-Oz and becoming friends with them, they raided me, and at the time, I was working on a chat-controlled, hold on, I can barely even control myself right now, a chat-controlled tank robot. This little guy right here. So this little guy right here was rolling around on the desk, and actually the upgrade that I want to do is change these over to stepper motors, so this thing can go slower. But we had this little guy right here running around on the desk, and I taped a knife to it. If you think your chat wanted you dead, you should have seen what my chat was trying to do that day. And of course, all the Rob-Oz raiders were of course doing their thing. So they were straight up trying to fucking kill me. They did eventually hit me right in the knuckle, which is a really bad place to have a knife penetrate your finger, because that knuckle is sort of its own little closed environment, and you don't want fluids getting out of it. But anyway, they poked me right in the tip of the knuckle, and luckily for me, this thing has no grip at all whatsoever, and it has no inertia to it at all. So it didn't even break skin with a full fucking X-Acto knife on it. And yet, at one point, they actually did pop onto a roll of what do you call it? Masking tape that I had blocking the knife with, and it actually did stick into the thing. But worse than a crab with a knife, yes. It was my crab with a knife. But luckily, you know, the thing didn't have any grip, and this is back when we had rooms in Twitch. You had different IRC rooms that you could go to, so that I could put all that spam into another chat room. All right. That was fun, but it did take a while to build that robot. We had to code the whole thing. And so I had a couple little commands that people could type in. Nowadays, we could do that with Node-RED. So we'll be working on that soon. I miss chat rooms. There's a bit of a brain drain due to chat rooms and the destruction of the internet as a whole. We not lost, but forums became vastly depopulated. And as a result, a lot of eclectic knowledge is no longer being filtered onto some kind of an area that's searchable. A lot of it has gone to Reddit. And Reddit is now going to be having AI go over all of their stuff. I don't think I really like that. Yeah, everything is on Discord. It's starting to get sort of segmented into Discords. Discord for this, Discord for that. And then Discord, while searchable, it is a chat reel, and so it's not as readily available. There was, for a little while, I was debating on whether or not I wanted all of my project section of the Discord to go into the forum style Discord posting, because I think that might be a little bit more functional for organizing the projects, but that would have only been useful if I had been doing it this entire time. You're eclectic. Boogie, woogie, woogie, woogie. Okay, let's get rid of all of this solder mess that I've just made. I can't believe I've had to remake, just because of this image that you're looking at up at the top of the screen, I've had to remake a lot of the circuit board because I'm dumb and I cannot be helped. My dumb will always shine through. Discord is not backupable? I think at some point we had a, well, yeah, we just because of certain users, we've had to do some stuff in the background of the Discord. It's not really an archive, though. You can archive, though. There are Discords that will save comments. Yeah, we had a bad faith chatter who was changing what they were saying and making it seem a lot less controversial after they had said it. And so we needed to set up a little system to track that. We don't really need it anymore. It's ridiculous, the kind of people you can sometimes find on the internet. Yeah, you have to have a bot do it, though. Autobotting to get banned? Well, Autobots, roll out! Yeah, but there was also somebody who edited faster than the bot could keep up with, so that was a weird situation. I didn't like that. I was not very appreciative of that. Yeah, one of the things that stifled that tank project, the little rolling tank platform project, was that we tried to get it to work with Discord, because there's no longer the IRC chat room. I mean, Twitch probably, I think they still exist on something like IRC infrastructure, but there's no longer alternative rooms to your Twitch chat. I wish they hadn't end-of-lifed that, because I really liked that feature. But now that that's dead, we tried to make it go to Discord, and I tried to register a Discord bot that would watch a particular channel of Discord, and the amount of lag on that bot was insane. It took like a full minute, and it missed a whole bunch of stuff. So in lieu of that, the project just kind of languished for a little while. You have to fill a request to get non-rate. I guess that's probably what we ran into, huh? But if I tell Discord, like, yeah, I really want to get stabbed by my chat, could you help me? Would they think it's okay? Would they? Like, yeah, you're fine. That's fine. Well, we didn't set up the bot like from like, oh wait, there's a pin right there. Huh. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie doopsie. It's so weird when you try to move the soldering iron and it doesn't move and you can't see anything blocking it because you're hitting something like a pin. But yeah, the what was it? We didn't make a bot from scratch. We instead just went to a service that does that. So that's why we're. Wait, something is soldered to this one. There's going to be a bit of that where I desolder something that's actually soldered. I prefer not getting stabbed whenever possible. You're just not the kind of person that would have a bot stab them in the face. Make a face stabbing bot. I think a police officer got stabbed in the face recently in Philly. I heard that news. We had WrestleMania here, though. How about that? That's pretty cool. No, I don't think it was a robot that did it. I think it was some lady. Oh, yeah, it was a lady that was having a mental breakdown because of the solar eclipse. People is going nuts. And I love how people are like blaming the solar eclipse on like people not being Christian enough and stuff. It's like, bro, we knew about this for years before it would happen. We knew about this since the 60s. that this solar eclipse was happening. Like, damn, dude. Like, calm the hell down. Calm your tits. This is not something that you should be freaking out about. And it has to be so tiring to be these people because they just got done blaming the earthquake on the gays, and now they have this solar eclipse to deal with. They're just firing randomly at this point. Just like, get away from me! Just firing these hot takes that aren't even hot. These are lukewarm takes at best. I've gotten very sick of the rage economy over the past couple of years because it's sucked in a lot of my friends, and I'm not happy about it. You get addicted to rage. I can't believe so-and-so is doing such and such. And I'm like, I can. Don't fucking worry about it. God, does it affect you? Shut up. Here, let's get this out of the way so we can look at what's going on. Okay, so there's a couple more that I can remove solder from. What is this one? Oh, that's the input pin. We're trying to get organized here because I've made too many mistakes. We should probably look and see if there's an equivalent surface mount transistor that we can utilize. Oh yeah, we're cleaning up over here. We're not over here. Those are legit. Those are for wires. Wait a minute. Why are there no wires there? I took the wires from them. I'll remove the solder there too. This is such a mess. I really should have planned this out before I started. I figured it would be more fun off the cuff, but oh man, have fun in meeting hell. Maybe it'll be good meetings. Maybe it'll be like a puppet show. Colin warned us about all this. Did he warn us about the rage economy? He warned of many things, yeah, but I don't know about this whole rage economy of being able to completely insulate your community from the outside world and then riling them up for whatever's going to make you money. It's a horrible kind of thing, and I've had to experience it firsthand. My friends were mad at Mr. Potato Head. When was the last time anybody's ever thought about a Mr. Potato Head? Why is that something that we now have to all get mad at? I'm not saying we, as in I'm one of them, because I'm just laughing at them. Why do I need to have an opinion about Mr. Potato Head? I don't give a shit what they're doing with Mr. Potato Head. But suddenly it's super relevant. That was like 5 years ago, but whatever, who cares? It's laughable. Yeah, what was the last time I saw a commercial for Toy? Well, the last time I saw a meme for Toy Story was probably way more recent than I would assume, and I probably had a couple neurons sparkle off at seeing Mr. Potato Head. But other than that, it wasn't really a conscious thought about Mr. Potato Head. So weird. Everybody suddenly cares about Peach's role in Mario. I'm like, bro, have you seen it? She's like racing Mario Karts and shit. And like knocking people upside the head in Smash Brothers. Like, we're good. They did a perfectly fine job. All right, so I've got a lot of grounds that I need to connect, but first off, I made big boo-boo over here. I made a big mistake. The big mistake was assuming that I was smart in any capacity. Oh, we're missing that resistor over there. Ah, no, that's straight up and left. I think it fell down to the table. I don't see it anywhere. That's weird. I guess I desoldered the thing in the 2.2K. Actually, I bet you it's still connected. Yeah, it is. Look at where it went. I got things so super duper hot that my 2.2K left with the pin. Hey, let's get the light over here. I moved the light so that I could show stuff off to Uo's lab because I'm fangirling at somebody whose content is better than mine. All right, so right there, 2.2. Let me get the real soldering iron on the tip here. I think about Mr. Potato Head every night when I pray to him. He's with me always in my heart. Media will mess you up. It'll mess you up. Remember when games weren't political? The recent little bit of drama that I've been reading about is everybody getting the premise of Helldivers as wrong as they got the premise to Starship Troopers. Luckily, though, Gen Z was so repulsed by sex in movies that the old guard of movie perverts have returned to make movies once again. We got John Waters, we have Paul Verhoeven, and we have David Lynch all making movies now. Probably because they're too bored at being super grandpa movie guys, but also because Gen Z was so appalled by sex in movies that we've got some of the mega perverts back, and I can't wait to see what they make. I cannot wait. Let's get this one. This one was our 1.2 or 2.2 that's going to go between the two sets of transistors. And we're going to select a surface mount transistor because enough is enough. I'm starting to get sick of being so confused. I'm so confused all the time. I need to buff up on some of my John Waters, though. Seen a little bit. The old James Gunn, like Romeo and Juliet, were also particularly great. Romeo and Juliet was a little tough to watch, but damn if that guy can't have action on camera and make it fun and funny. I guess he's trying to save DC right now. It's a good thing DC got him, because he's done some pretty good stuff there, while keeping sort of DC's identity together, which is not what a lot of directors have done in the DC space. I'm not a huge fan of DC, but Julian is a mega Batman fan. I am a minor Batman fan. Not a big fan of sex in movies, usually because it involves people I don't want to see naked. You may want to stay away from John Waters films. I don't know. I don't mind it. I'm a big pervert. All right, let's see here. So what do we got next? I need to find an equivalent transistor for the BC547, or alternatively for the original one, because maybe we're going to run into a bit of like a photocopy of a photocopy situation here. If I have the original transistor that I can't get and I substitute this one for the original, and then I substitute another one for the one that I can get, then it's like whisper down the lane and something will explode. Although that would help my views, I don't intentionally blow stuff up, or I don't intentionally pass off an explosion as something that's unintentional. There we go. The one time that I had something pop off was that 30-volt capacitor that I accidentally exposed to 50 volts, and that popped off pretty nicely, and my reaction of going, fuck, was actually completely original. It was a complete off-the-cuff reaction. It was an actual genuine one. I don't know. I just think it's easy to tell when somebody is doing sort of a buffoonery intentionally, and I strive to not. I have 500 of those nuts for the audio jacks coming in the mail. I cannot wait. Oh, transistors is what I was getting. Okay, they're right here. They're right here. Component removal speedrun. That was actually really quick, what we just did. That was actually a very quick component removal. Should I schedule a haircut for Wednesday? I need to do uploads on Wednesday, but I also need to get my haircut. I think I need to finally do it. I need to schedule that tonight, and that way I will come back to you as Bother the White. I return to you now with so much less hair. All right, so the original Hajiwo design. Hajiwo is awesome. I really hope that some of y'all have gone out and followed him, because his circuits are really good, and he sort of knows his stuff. It's been evident working with his designs that, well, their designs that they're good. They're good. They know what they're doing. So 2SC1815. 2SC1815. Data shard. The central semiconductor 2C1815 series are silicon NPN transistors manufactured by the epitaxial planar process, designed for general purpose amplifier applications. Let the hair grow and be thankful you have it. It hurts my head. It's heavy. I have very thick hair. It's the British genes in me. I have a British grandfather who used to fly biplanes. But anyway, I have a British grandfather who has extremely thick hair, and I unfortunately inherited that gene. And it's heavy. It's very soft, but it's very heavy hair. So I don't know. I have sunburns on the top of my head. Oh man. I mean, as you do, I know. I am appreciative of having a giant head of hair, but at the same time, I look like I belong in like a fairy tale in like a little cabin in the middle of the woods, which I would absolutely do if people wouldn't mistake me for like going Ted Bundy because I'm an electronics nerd. But like, I look like I should be chopping wood in a fantasy setting. Like, I need to get a haircut. Okay, so collector base, collector emitter base. The thing is, we're trying to match this transistor with an equivalent. The performance of the equivalent, we're using it like an op amp, and I don't know what the specific requirements were from Hajiwo. If we could get the specific requirements from Hajiwo, we would know how to pick the right transistor. There's more to it. More to it than just picking a transistor that switches, because that's typically what I do, is I use a transistor like an on-off switch. So it's there to isolate some microcontroller from a load that's too much for the internal transistors for the microcontroller. We put in an external one, and then that switches on and off that load. It takes the brunt of the current, and that's it. That's all we need to know. We just need to get it from one end of the bias to the other. But instead, I mean, the transistor graph. We'll just do graph. That one has a clear background. This one doesn't. I actually have a thing that will measure transistors like this on an oscilloscope, but I think I need an electron beam oscilloscope to make it work properly. I'll have to play with that at some point. So voltage and current are interrelated in this manner. So you get up to a certain amount of volts, and then it'll switch or it'll unswitch at a certain other amount of volts. It's all very complicated, and like, yeah, this one is very saturation region. So you get it within its saturation region, and then, yeah, okay, anyway. But the point is, they can work like an amplifier. If you do things just right, if you just very carefully control the amount of voltage to the base, it'll let through a little bit of current, and it'll create sort of the, yeah, anyway. Reading an article about making op amps with transistors on EDM. Huh. Well, I mean, the way that they do it with the internals of an op amp are pretty complicated. This is as simple as I think Scilabs could get it. So there's, yeah, all kind. I love getting articles like this, the really simple ones that just lay out some basic principles, because a lot of these articles explain things much better than my professors could. What they would do in the early 2000s at Drexel, they would have you do a little bit of homework, then they would get you in lecture, and they would go over the fundamental principles of why the math does what it does, and then a TA would go over the math with you, and they would go, now you know about electronics, and you're sitting there like, what in the fuck, like, I didn't, why did I learn this equation? Like, so I think they've gotten a lot better about application. What the heck am I looking at? Well, a little better about the application, because I know that my senior design professor is now working like a makerspace at Drexel. So that stuff was only in its very beginning stages back when I was at college. So I wanted to open up my own makerspace. That would have been cool. Okay, we're not going to look at this right now. What I'm going to look at is equivalence to this transistor. I'm going to roughly get these voltages in the same spot, but since central semiconductor doesn't provide us with a single chart, I can't exactly figure out whether or not it matches to the chart. I figure this is pretty general use because Hajiwo is not really using too many specialized things in his design. I mean, I guess I can read up about it a little bit in here and see what, yeah. The circuit I created this time, by the way, this is translated from Japanese, so this is going to be kind of a rough grammatical layout. The circuit I created this time incorporated easily available parts and aimed to have a configuration with as few parts as possible. Hajiwo's goals are different from ours. I don't care about using as few parts as possible. It's nice. It makes soldering a little bit less lengthy, but yeah, anyway, I'm building this one for one though. Diode is 1N4148, the op amp is a TL072, and the transistor is a 2SC1815, and then no other mention. Normally we would have to match the characteristics of the parts and think about temperature compensation, but we turn a blind eye to that, and more power to you for doing this. Since the number of parts has been reduced, it can be mounted on a 6 HP size universal board. And that's all we get. Yeah, so the temperature compensation, not necessarily there. That is a polar capacitor. Oh, I see. These are the polar. So I need to find a 10UF polar cap for this one. I was going to put a ceramic in there. Let's see. So, okay, we don't have any information about why specifically the 2SC1815, but the BC547 is another one of these universal sort of workhorse kind of transistors. So we need to find something like that. I have an unmaker space. I don't know. Wait, BC817? BC807. Do I have any other BCs in here? BA. Yeah, it's all the, like 2N3904 might actually be what I need to use here. 2N3906. Yeah, and then the A's. So what about BC807 and 817? Is that equivalent? Well, it's not in this series. BC807 datasheet. At least searching datasheets hasn't been totally screwed up by ads. That's one of the few things you can Google and still have success. General purpose PNP, so it would be the 817 that we want. BC817, 40 watt, general purpose NPN, houses an SC70 SOT323 package. And one thing that I love about surface mount transistors is the following. Let me get MS Paint up here for you. So we have three things going for us with surface mount transistors. We have the symbol for the transistor, right? The transistor symbol is as follows. It is a flat box, like a flat wall with a collector and an emitter. For NPN, the arrow's down. For PNP, it's the opposite. So this goes like that, right? And so this is the base, and this controls flow from the collector to the emitter, right? So the current goes this way, and a little tiny bit of current goes this way. We'll make that a thin line. A little tiny bit of current goes that way, right? So that's the normal typical transistor. Physically, the transistor originally was represented by a can. And so there was a little can. There's this little metal can and a little rim around it sometimes, and it had a little tab, and then it had 3 leads. And so the symbol originally had a can around it, and so it was a circle. Let me just get rid of the current lines. It was a circle. Just circle it like that. Inside of that can, you would have a chip that has 3 layers of silicon to it. And so one pin would go to one layer, the other pin would go to the other layer, and then the third pin would go to the third layer. And so you had collector, base, emitter, because that's how a transistor do. It's like this, and it's N, P, N. And so the charges in that NPN you would influence the amount of charge on the P in order to allow the N's to flow current. And so the boundary layer would grow as you apply more charge to P, and that would allow stuff to go through. So far, everything is super logical, right? You have this tower of material. You have 3 pins coming off of it. Along came the era of having a plastic component. And so suddenly, these symbols went into this D-shaped little bastard here with 3 leads coming off of it. And those could be any orientation, right? Any way they wanted to do it. Sometimes you would have something with like a tab on it to dissipate heat. But anyway, it went over to this stuff. And then from there, suddenly, in the era of surface mount, we got a 3-dimensional little chip. And that little chip had 3 leads. And so you have this plastic chip that has 3 leads coming off of it. 3 leads coming off of it. So logically, you would think that the order of those pins would be collector, base, and emitter. No. You're stupid. You're very stupid. Why would you think that it would be like that? Because we have a stack of material that's in the NPN configuration with collector, base, and emitter? Why would you think that? Are you interpolating off of data that you've previously been given? Well, that's wrong. You're stupid. Because that's not how they're organized. Instead, these things are almost masochistically created intentionally to confuse you. So how are they in this one? Hold on. This data sheet is being completely stupid about it. Look at this data sheet. So this data sheet does not clearly label any of the pins on it. It gives you a pin 1, but then it doesn't label anything else. There's pin 1. Is it 1, 2, 3, or is it 1, 3, 1, 2, and then you go clockwise around it because of vacuum tubes? Which pin is which? Why can you not be clear about this? None of this data sheet. Oh. Look at this. These style number 11, cathode, cathode, cathode. It always labels 1, 2, 3, but I don't know if it's like, because ICs, because of vacuum tubes, right? You have a vacuum tube that has a bunch of pins on the bottom of the tube, and they go like this, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, ... 8, right? And there's a gap. And so because of that, are the pin numbers one, 2, 3? Or do they follow the vacuum tube convention, because this is technically like a chip, and does it go 1, 2, 3? You don't know. That's why the data sheets should be explicitly clear in this, and they're not. Probably because there's all these frickin' styles down here. Base emitter collector, gate source drain, base emitter collector, emitter base collector, style 6. What the heck, man? Let's find a better data sheet. Maybe it'll be more explicit. There we go. Yeah, so instead, on these things, it's actually, oh wait, I already drew one for that. It's actually collector, base, and emitter. And usually that's, and I think the reason for that is because your component that would go right here would be your resistor to ground. So if your emitter actually goes to ground, you would put this here in order to bias the base away from the signal that you want it to be in order to switch. I think that's why it actually works that way, but the pinout is mad. It's mad. It's just, it almost seems intentionally confusing. Octal base layouts. Oh, they did that all the way to, yeah, to industrial relays. I think ladder logic probably brought that into the fray there. It did really well. Wait, what's that? I've actually had decent luck using Copilot AI to browse data sheets and code documentation. For code documentation, though, that's interesting. I guess from a systems perspective. I've not really tried any of the AI. I did a while ago, and it was pretty bad back then. So we need to recreate all of these transistor layouts, and so I need a transistor that's going to work as an equivalent. BC817 I have. What are the stats on this thing? What do we got here? It's 94V0. Those are compliances, product codes. CBO 50 volts, 45, and then 5 volts. 60, 55. So it's not quite 50, 45, or 5 volts below this one. Continuous collector current, 150. That's kind of an important thing. Continuous collector current, 500. This one's 150. But that's not continuous. That's just collector current. Static discharge. So we get all these things that I can. Power dissipation, temperature. And then these. Collector emitter voltages and stuff. I really don't know. Let's give AI your knife robot and see what happens. It'll strategize. It'll come up with like special. Yeah, that's how we Skynet. Why do you guys want a Skynet? I don't want a Skynet. I don't think you want a Skynet either. Although we're probably getting close to that at this point. I don't know how to figure out whether or not these are equivalents. Like, we get collector emitter breakdown, emitter base. These are all like the maximum stats, though. You ever get so bored you make a Skynet? Collector emitter saturation voltage, 0.7. Collector emitter, we don't get that. VBE, FT, collector emitter saturation, a 1/4 volt. This is almost 3/4 volt. So I don't know if that's going to work. I'm not sure where to make the call on that. Although we could be just sitting right in the functional area. We could be within specifications on everything at once. It's just I'm afraid that this might have a slightly different. Well, if they're surface mount parts, I can always pop them out and put a new one in. I could just remove it and get a different one. I just thought this one might have slightly equivalent stats. Well, let's look up. I mean, maybe we can look up an equivalent transistor. Maybe we'll luck out on finding one in this kit. So 2SC1815. If we look up equivalent, there's this site that's kind of taken over this type of. I am Rose. Today I will introduce. This is AI written by Rose. Oh, maybe it's legit. 50 volt, 150 milliamp, general purpose NPN, low power silicon transistor with a maximum gain value of 700. That's what we need. I need those stats. This article mainly introduce pinout equivalence data sheet and other blah blah blah. Description, pinout CAD model features, specifications, equivalence. Are you kidding me? This is so AI written. So a gain of 700 is kind of what we're looking for, huh? $50 volt, 150 milliamp, gain of 700, low power. So the question is, am I going to look up every single one of these transistors? Just start firing madly into the fray? Because we don't have like a good list of equivalents. All right, let me Google this a little bit more. Sorry to have to do this with you guys. This is an audio board. These are the ones you can trust. G'day. NAD 1240 preamp. I've narrowed the fault down to a general output stage where there are a few transistors. I can obtain most of them if needed, but I don't know about a 2SC1815, general purpose NPN, bipolar transistor, BC549, 550 with legs transposed suitable. The general specs seem compatible. Don't know what is available. KSC 1845. Do I have anything with the 1845? There's 1815. This one was KSC. I don't think I have any Ks, but one... I maybe the number would be... No, I don't have enough to really... 1015. I mean, 1845 versus 1815. That's not quite it. That's not my tempo. Let's see. Any of the ones you mentioned are probably okay. My partial to the 1845 because it's quiet and has a lot of pep. Bedent.com. Page not found. I love forums. I love them. I love forums. AKA Catman. NAD 1240 repair, all done. Turned out there were two separate faults. Hum on the left channel due to the op amp. 100% working now. Thanks for not answering my question in the first place. Damn it! This all transistors site is the one that's kind of taken over this type of search. I don't know how useful this site is, though. Transistor equivalent search cross-reference. 2SC, 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 BX, CSC. What do we have? We've got like C and SI, and I don't think I have CSC. I just have C1815. 9081, or any two N's. A lot of KTC's SK. I don't think I have any SK. 2SC, A42. I mean, if these are SC, they certainly don't have that in the part number. They're SS and S8. The 3331. C3114. Let's see if I've got anything like that. I don't. Three, 5, 6. Yeah, this sucks. I guess my transistors are not as fleshed out as they could be. Those are SKs. So what makes these a match? I guess that's what I should look at. So the 1815, is that what I was looking at? No. 2SC. Yeah, 2SC 1815. Quarter watt, 60 volt, 55. Current is that. Okay. So 6, 4, 6, 9. So those are all over the place. These are all 50 volt, 5 volt, 0.5, 0.15, 175 in the T temperature in the junction. That doesn't matter. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Don't organize by that. Caps. What? What does that even mean? Oh, that's the package. Huh. All TO92s. So what the temperatures and that would be the junction capacitance. What makes these equivalent is the question. That's what I'm asking, is what makes them equivalent. Actually, it seems like VCB, VCE, and PC, power something. Temperature junction, don't care, don't care, don't care. HFEs all over the place. But 6055 appears to be, that's 185, 6055. And then, like, we're not that far off of the specs in the voltages, but those are the breakdown voltages. It's like, that's not that relevant. 50 and 45, and the other one's 60, 50. 60, 50. But then these, they say, are equivalent. It's 180, 160, 140, 60, 50 there. What about the current collector, the IC, current at the collector? This one, I believe, was 700 for that one. This is our original. This one is 100 nanoamps. This is listed as... This is the real engineering right here, is scratching your head about this crap. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the original one, the 2SC1815, and it's 100 nanoamps, whatever that, no, it's IC being 0.15. Wait, what did I, damn it, IC. 0.15 amp. Sorry, 1.5 amp. No, 0.15. Not seeing that number anywhere on here. VBE is 1.2. One's 0.7. I don't know, man. I guess I'll just put in these transistors, but I need to really study up on how to put an equivalent transistor into a circuit, because, I mean, let's look at the 2N3906 first before we move on. That's a jelly bean, 2N3906. General purpose, oh, that's the PN, that's the 3904 would be the NPN. NPN. 40 volt, 60 volt, 6 volt DC emitter base, 200 milliamps collector base. So I don't know what stat I'm specifically looking for in order to compare this. Collector to emitter saturation, 0.2, 0.3. I mean, so, okay, back to the equivalent search. Maybe, just maybe there's a nice little audio forum post somewhere about this. See, I just do not know. DIY stomp boxes. Anybody know if specific transistor is a good replacement for a specific transistor? Damn it! In a tube screamer. Should work fine. 2 transistors are used as emitter followers in this configuration. The most small signal NPN transistors should work out okay. 5809 will be great. Do I have a 2N59? I don't think so. 5401. 555, 7002, 4403. So nothing even related to the 5089. Get the pin out right if the pins are different. 5809, BC550 works too. BC550. The BC we have is only the 807. We don't have a BC550 on this whole collection. This is a terrible buy, this thing. 7539. I don't think I have. What about 2SC33356? Okay, that was too clumsy. 2N2222222222. Maybe a 2N2222222222. No audible difference in that gain. I have a feel. I don't know how tightly tuned Hajiwo has this transistor. Sensing transistor Q3. See, I don't have these BCs. 2SC2240. I think I have one 2SC. 2S3SC. That's 2240. I have a 3356 and a 1623. 2SC 1623. Hold on. I almost lost my book. I can't believe we got so distracted by this. If I get any time on Wednesday, I will work on this and try to get it done. But This one again is, well, 5060. That one's the one we wanted to use. We're going to close that because we're not going to use it anymore. Because 60-volt collector base, 60-volt collector base, 50-volt collector emitter, 5-volt emitter base, collector current 100 milliamps. $150. What about gain? Gain 600 max, not 700. $250. No, that's not the number. Small signal current gain 200, 400. Yeah, not quite 700. So the 3904 is out. I don't know. We'll use this to just see what happens. The 2SC 1623. Q3, although it's a bit confusing if the bill of materials is that. What's confusing you? Pay attention to the fact that C1815 is a Japanese ECB pinout. Oh, I didn't know it was a country-specific thing. VC549, CVE, blah, blah, blah. Substituting different pinout than the middle leg, blah, blah, blah. Find that crossing the device 90 degrees, trying to bend the legs. Okay, this is all soldering advice now. It became all soldering advice. Yeah, I'm just trying to find what the equivalent of 2SC1815 is. And I've only got a limited number of transistors in this book, so. This is Utemel, which sounds like something from Star Trek. We are from Utemel. 2SC1815. The C1815 is bipolar junction. Equivalence. This seems very AI written. A1015. I only have. Whoa! Wait a minute. I have it. Ha ha! Bam. A1015. Although we are looking at widely used NPNs, often used in audio amplification stages. Okay. And then also known as 2SC1815. So yeah, this is it, A1015. I really should print out a label of what the application is for the various transistors here, but these are what we're going to use. Hell yeah, brother. So let's get, oh God, there's a leaf blower outside. I'm going to lose all of my surface mount equipment. Let's mark this down. That is the worst. There we go. Save that. Okay, so back to work now. Now the A1015. What is the pinout on this beast? A1015 data chart. Epitaxial. Wait, PNP. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, so this one is wrong. We need NPN. PNP and NPN, yeah, it's the triggering schema is different. So, damn it. I was so happy to have found the right thing. Thanks, article, for not telling me about that. So the other transistor, the one we're looking for an equivalent for, is the SC. Is it 1815? Which might mean that this is the same thing. Is it just that they truncated the name? If I had the exact transistor this whole time and I just didn't realize it. What is this one? We'll close the ones that we don't need anymore. 2SC1815, 50 volt. It's 1815. So C1815. Why didn't I? That didn't fully trigger in my brain. C1815 transistor datasheet. KSC, 60, 55, 150. It is the same thing. So in searching, although the letter designations can be different, if you're desperate, sometimes different manufacturers will make the same type of transistor with the same specifications, or the same type of part with the same specifications, and they change the numbering around it. Like the trailing bit of the part number would be due to their own company's processing of the packaging and how things are put together and distributed. But then the beginning of the part number is sometimes like a company-specific letter designation, and the meaty part in the middle, the part number in the middle, is really the one that you need to pay attention to. So there's different schemes with different manufacturers, and different manufacturers are taking in the capabilities of other ones, or copying the other ones, or they bought a whole division, because these are the most incestuous fucking companies ever. They're all buying and selling each other to no end. So maybe the part that you love got bought by another company, and now they changed the part number around a little bit. We run into that a lot. But I guess I have exactly the right part. What the, like, that's annoying. And it took me this long to realize it. Took me this long to realize it. All right, so let's get these things in here. Where they go. Where they do, what do. Oh God, Robert's playing Dishwashing Simulator. That looked actually kind of really fun, and I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to like play that game. But I guess I'll hold off and get the other work I have to do. I still have to do my taxes. Okay, so we're building this stuff. So the first thing that we can do is plonk these things down right in this location. And so for this chip, now I don't think that's going to be a famous last words kind of thing. Well, let me open the web page here with the data sheet in it. Oh, that's not the surface mount one. Wait a minute. Do you maybe have the, nope. Okay. C1815. Bipolar transistor, NPN, 60 volt, 0.15 milliamp, 6050, blah, 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 blah. Is it 5 volts, or is it collector emitter saturation is 1/4 volt? I guess it's going to be an equivalent. Weird. So it's no, collector, base collector emitter. This is wrong. Base 1, yeah, okay, base collector emitter. So it's like this. Let me get that image a little closer to where we're working. Okay, so now I can see everything. That's the thing, is like for my resistors and stuff, I put everything into these bins. This is better for like ICs. The book is much better for these little components like transistors, resistors, diodes, and capacitors. The chip capacitors, because you can go through all of your supply just by leafing through all of the cut tape pieces. This is what's called cut tape. Components are in little bins in the tape, and if you look at ordering stuff on like DigiKey, it's better to look for cut tape. You don't necessarily want the entire reel of components, because that's sort of the bulk ordering scheme. So cut tape, tape and reel, loose components. You can narrow down your searches quite a bit on things like DigiKey. Save yourself a little bit of the trouble of leafing through 10,000 entries. So in this case, the collector is on that end. So I can have emitter base, emitter base. The two emitters are going to go together. How would I organize? I don't think I can necessarily get that, but I can just do little like jump arounds and stuff with the components in order to get there. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, man. Lord knows that my stress level would be a lot lower if I didn't let you guys into my workshop, but here we are. I could put one transistor on the top and the other one on the bottom, like 1, 2, 3, and then the other one 1, 2, 3, and then it would have the two emitters would be shared on this pin. I think that's maybe the way that I need to do it. It'll be a little bit confusing because we'll be going top to bottom and bottom to top, and it'll be, you know, everybody will be everywhere. But if I want to invert those pins, I mean, I could either solder it in upside down, which actually might be what I do, or I put it on 2 different layers. But these are the 2 that are at the bottom of the diode ladder, so the upper 2 pair that I've got in view. And so we want the collectors to be on these pins here and here. And then we are what? Collector base emitter? No, collector, and then the emitter is up top on this one. So this is the one that would be flipped over if I did do the flipping, which I might do because it'll make it a little bit more present. You can just look at the board and see what's going on. I'll just do big blobs. I'll just put big blobs like that. I'll solder it upside down. A little bit unprecedented, but it's how we're going to get both of the emitters to be on the same pin. So yeah, with 0.1 inch spacing, these SOT 23s go like that, and they have to kind of straddle the pins in a weird way in order to get in. Unless you want to devote like 2 pins to the transistor, but I don't like doing that. All right, so let me get that top one soldered in, and that'll hold this thing in place. I'm going to need an absolute blob of solder to hold it in place. Yeah, it's good. It's good to have collaboration in terms of like the ideas and stuff that you come up with in electronics building and stuff, because there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat, and then you realize that you're a sicko and you should not be skinning cats. But the voices tell you, and so if you don't follow the voices, you get punished. I said bend down the leads. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Bend down the leads on this thing. So for that, I'm going to need slightly more grip. So I'll use pliers to grip this thing. Try not to damage the actual chip. What the fuck is that? Let's give you like a minute. You can come back in a minute. Jeez. Some kind of a, like, was that a hyperlink? Does the internet look like that nowadays? What the fuck? You don't lead with that kind of shit. What I'm trying to do is just get a grip on this thing so that I can bend down the pins. You get one bend. That's it. One bend. Can I bend it twice? No. No, you can't. You can only bend these pins once. The same thing with integrated circuit pins. You can bend them once. Any time after that is a gift from the gods, because after one bend, it'll pop off. This is the cheapest metal known to man. It simply exists to conduct all right and have some mechanical properties, but not many. So you bend it once, and then you thank the gods for allowing you to do that. This sucks because I'm fighting a spring right now. Maybe use forceps. Forceps would be much easier for this. I'll use my beautiful brass or golden forceps. Antibacterial. Problem is with the forceps, I'm now like a mile away controlling this. Why is there dog hair on my forceps? Let's hold it like that. Maybe that'll be a little bit better. That's not the direction I want to bend it. I want to bend it from the other side. One of the things is hand building the circuit like this means, first of all, the most that it means is that I get this circuit today, if we finish, which it doesn't look like we're doing. The second thing about hand building this is I can show you guys all these little cheats and techniques that I use in order to put together a circuit board. And these techniques come in handy when you have to vet out the mistakes in your printed circuit board. So while I don't have to do this process this way, and you certainly don't have to do it this way. Doing it this way opens up the opportunities for me to show you how it's supposed to be done. Ah! And then I knock a bunch of screwdrivers off the magnet hanger. By casually reaching for stuff, how dare I? Okay, so let's get this upside down transistor in place. Why? Why do you persist and stick? I am so mad at my tweezers right now. We've done a lot of soldering with them with flux, and the flux tends to get a little sticky, and then the tweezers don't let go of what they've grabbed, which is really bad because sometimes I'm trying to place a very light component in a particular way, and when I pull the tweezers away, it will not go correctly. I just my patience is just shot. You drop off over there. We'll come back to you. This thing, wrong direction. Flip it over. Get it right about here. There's like a fluff on the side of it that's probably gonna burn away once it. Oh, why did it jump? Just jumping. So this is going to look a lot better surface mount, and I can't believe that I found exactly the part in my transistor book. My thumb's shaking a little bit there. And also, it's nice and easy to build. Look at that. Look at how much more like the schematic that looks. Damn. And I guess I could have even used, I could have put the 1.2s up to here. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. Ah! Okay, hold on. Let's just get this here. Reinvent the way that I'm putting this whole thing together. I'm so much better at surface mount stuff than through hole. Maybe that's what I'm running into here, is just that my skills are not well placed doing through hole on a perforated prototyping board. This one's upside down. Flip. That wasn't a flip. We'll have to do it this way. There you go. Drop. There you go. Like this. So now, naturally, our circuit is formed. Man, surface mount's so much cooler. And then I can just solder a wire onto these on the underside to get them to the capacitors. To their respective capacitors. Respected. There's that. Let's get a little bit, this looks cold soldered. Cold soldering is insidious because you sometimes just really can't tell. I think I bent that line. That's bad. That might have ripped it off. I think it's still there, though. I think we're still good. And then, let's see. Oh, yeah, these two are connected. And then those go to what? They go to another transistor. And that other transistor I removed from over here. So that's going to take on a slightly different form. I'm going to have to figure out what that part of the circuit looks like. The transistor they go to, though, is the one that connects to that one. So the 470 ohm is coming from positive 12, which is here, and that's pin 8. Let's double check that with the data sheet for the op amp. Pin 8 VCC plus, so that's positive 12 volts on that pin. Oops, sorry. Sorry for dumping cameras like that. So that's positive 12 volts here. This is the decoupling capacitor. This is negative 12 volts going across. Positive 12 volts here, 470 ohm, down into a now missing transistor. So we need to reinvent this area a little bit. So I'm going to take this 2.2, and I'm going to take it off of this pin because it's probably going to need to be slightly differently placed. That's 2.2 to ground. Because I can't go doot 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 with the pins. But I can go doot doot doot. Do you doot me on that one? You guys dooting with me? You guys understand my dootings? My duty? I'm so sorry. Heating up a resistor, 1 pin at a time. I'm bouncing back and forth because eventually this will stay molten long enough for me to pluck this thing away. Now, has there been YouTube chat or has there not? I'll check in a minute. All these elements that I need to juggle. Never learned how to juggle. I hear your brain is rewired when you learn how to juggle. When you learn how to survive in the jungle. No, when you learn how to juggle, here it rewires your brain a little. I don't like the accessibility of this pin if I go doot doot. There's not much I could doot about it though. It's easy? Yeah, I mean, I just had to get the patterns down. I know how to spin poi. Flaming torches. I can spin those around my head just fine. Keep all the balls in the air. That sounds like a slightly different game. Let's see here. So what I need to do is look up and see if YouTube chat is caught up. Yeah, it was Wonky Robot saying goodbye as the last thing. Okay, I'm up to date. All right, so let's see. We've got those two. We need this one with ground, and then that goes to the 4.7K that goes to -12. And that one is going to be somewhere else. 4.7, this one goes to, oh, this one goes to -12. So that's where the other transistor goes to. So I'm probably going to have to pull, because that one goes from this pin, ground, and then over to here. Unless there's a different one that goes to -12. No, it's on the two things of the transistor. Where's that wire going? Nowhere. Okay. And then what's this one? That one's -12. But then this vertical one here is not needed. Although if this goes to -12, that means that the transistor goes between here, and so 1, 2, 3, and then we got a ground there that can go to ground, and then the other side of the capacitor also goes to ground. And then where does this one go? 33 to ground. No, the capacitor doesn't go to ground, but this one does. So if I do this over here, okay, all right. I'm starting to get the idea of what's going on here. Let's drop another transistor in here and figure out how it can ideally fit into this space. This is what we should have been doing yesterday, or rather last week. I mean, part of juggling is a rhythmic pattern, not just keeping balls in the air. I could do that with a fan. Or a bottle of wine. That one the right one, right? Yep, it did. Okay. All right, so I need for that emitter to go to the collector of 1, the collector being that pin. So if I do this here, then this pin, damn it, that would have been really convenient. The collector going here, and then that puts the base here, and the base goes to ground. Wait, and so does this one. All right, there we go. Perfect. So that like this. And then this one goes to the other transistor and the 4.7K to -12. Ooh, wow. Surface mount is really fixing this thing for us. It's kind of making up for all of our idiocy earlier. And I say our because you guys are in this with me. My mistakes are your mistakes. My successes are my successes. I'm the manager. I'm the supervisor. Can I get the taxi number? Come on, dance with me. Dance. Sorry, Infected Mushroom song from a while ago. It was from a long while ago. Holy shit. It's like classic music now. Positioning is getting kind of difficult. Sometimes I'd have the audacity of just making like a big jump from one side to the other, and I'm kind of debating whether or not I want to do that. I might. But those 2.2Ks come from the basses, and the basses are here and here. I'll probably want to move this one forward a little bit. So yeah, this whole section gets blown away. And then I need to find out where the C, B, and E are going on that fourth transistor, which is the one to the left right here. I have a feeling I could probably put this circuit together and make it look really good if I did all surface mount from the beginning, but I didn't. And then this goes away. We get a new wire for this. Come on, dance with me. That's stuck in my head now. So that one will go up and over, and then we have another one over here where what? That's the one that goes to ground. The other one goes to 12 volts to the 4.7. Well, hold on a minute. The emitters from the two go to 4.7 to ground. So the same thing, it'll be the same side of that one. And then the collector on that one goes to plus 12 over here through that one. So the collector goes here, and then I need the emitter. So this one right side up. Oops. I hear somebody cooking something, and that concerns me because my chili is supposed to be the star of the show tonight. What are they doing to my chili and behind closed doors while I stream? You better not be meshing it up. It's like that. And then the emitter, well, that puts the emitter, yeah, this is the base. And that one has to go to 2.2K to ground as well. That one has to go here. So I do this here, and then I come up and over like that. Is there a better way to do this? Like if I do it like this? Yeah, maybe if I do it like this, then it'll look a little bit more clinical. Just like that. Oh, look at how nice and organized that is. That fills my engineer brain. My engineering brain is sparkling at the prospect of this looking nice. I've taken off my engineering hat and put on my engineering thong. I think I need more solder on this side of the 470 because it seemed to move too much when I was soldering it. Sparking comes from the bubbly wine. Makes my nose itch. I want to anchor this down before it moves. And looking at this thing, it looks like I probably could have shifted this whole thing up and it would have been really compact and easy to follow. But some of the spreading out is caused by my, first of all, reluctance to use surface mount and my inability to plan. It's always good to spread out the circuits a little bit if you can. Makes it easier to work with and troubleshoot. There's a certain limiting factor to the 0.1 inch spaced perforated prototyping board, though. Come on, dance with me. Saw Infected Mushroom play the Trocadero a million years ago, and it was one of the harder times that I've ever danced in a club, in a show. The hardest was Juno Reactor. Juno Reactor put on a hell of a show. He had a pink sweater on too. Motion detected at the front door. People are probably doing gardening. I really cocked that up. Look what I did here. Internet's being spotty. Finally back. The first thing I hear is put on my engineering thong. This is why I say these things. You got to take off that engineering hat and put on my engineering thong? No, no, put on your management hat. Oh. What's going on here? Can I get just like a little bit of heat in here? Jeez. It's that pesky third dimension is always messing with us. And my pesky dementia. Oh my God, I've never been fought by a 470 ohm resistor than this. More than this. Damn it. I think I need to add solder. I think, oh, now it's sticking to the iron. Now you're sticking to the iron. You bastard. I'll make you pay for this. There should be a countdown timer on screen until I decide to produce a circuit. Where did it go? Stuck to the iron. Okay. All right. Countdown to bother losing his cool and creating a printed circuit board. It's resisting. Ugh! How dare you? How dare you say such a thing? Look at that. It's not even soldered in over here. Why are you fighting me? Is it like missing the pad on one side? It might be. I think it's sticking way up into the air, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, so I gotta pretty much get both of these at once. Maybe I can do a little tricksy stuff like this without burning anything. Get both of these to flow over. And this thing falls into place. God damn it. No, come on. Sometimes it's better to get the big soldering iron and just lay it down flat. I'm calm. I'm calm and collected and patient. That's what I am. That's me. Record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. He's right behind me, isn't he? Okay. Jeez, that was not easy. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to swap tools out, but then it takes just as long as it would for me to swap tools out. That's not even soldered over here. We're getting a new resistor. This is ridiculous. You're kicked out. You're gone. Get out of my face. Get out of my town. I don't want to see you ever again. Son of a bitch. Okay. This is the man versus machine portion of the stream. One of the primary narrative principles or whatever. Man versus man, man versus machine, man versus author. I sparingly use flux paste because flux is just nasty chemical, and you can see I'm fighting flux here. I do not appreciate using a lot of flux. I'm not Louis Rossmann. I just don't do it. It's easier to work with less flux. Believe it or not. Okay, so wire's going to come up like that. And then here I have a 470? It's 4.7K. Oh, this is 4701. So this is 10 after that. 4.7K. 4.7. Turn up the mic volume, or is it just me? I'm 3/4 of the way up. I should be pretty loud. Hold on a sec. Let me put this down where it's... Oops, that's not the right place. I'm also talking quietly. I need to talk a little louder. But let's just check. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then my audio level up here is 3/4 of the way up. I mean, that's pretty good. I could probably squeeze a little bit out of that. I could go up to here, maybe. Maybe up to here. Check. 1, 2. Yeah, that puts me well into the orange. That distorts on some people, so I'm gonna pull that back a little bit. It puts me into the orange, which is where I like to be. Audio's fine for Poopsie Doodle. Yeah. I just have to make sure that everything's turned up properly. I'm a bit quieter than usual. I wonder if I bumped the knob. The knob's up a little higher than it used to be. Let me just check on the on this thing. Warning, it might get a little loud. I only recently retuned all of my audio stuff. Check 1, 2. Oh yeah, no, that's well distorting there. So I need to go a little bit before that. Now it's still distorting. Okay, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, okay. So that does get into distortion there when I get super loud, but should be at -10. That's way high though at -10. You can't clip in OBS. Oh, well, I mean, I'm at -15 right now with peak. So those puzz and buzz are what hit -10. I guess I could go a little higher than that. Check. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, there, that's closer. Some people are going to say I'm distorting though. But yeah, that should be a little bit more clear for you guys. Let's give AI your knife robot and see what happens. Wait, am I way behind on that? Yeah, I am. Scroll way down. Just don't go bumping your knob on stream. Toss will get you. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I got that one knob violation. My kingdom for a knob. Okay, back to these guys. Oops, these guys. It's all good. I needed to do that tuning anyway, just to make sure that I'm not super duper quiet. New 470, who dis? So this one is going up here. So let's do that one real quick. I'm gonna have to do some work on this on Wednesday, but I really need to do my uploads. It's like brushing my teeth. If I don't do it, I feel filthy. This board's about to fly off of the thing. Is there like a pin through there from the other side? There shouldn't be. I am going to need to connect my pluses and minuses somehow. Don't know where that's going to come from. Flossing. I don't have an answer for you on that one. That's too avant-garde. Guardy. This whole circuit board is sideways in the vise. I just can't move it because I don't want to lose my part. My 470 ohm. See how much like faster that actually soldered? The other one may have ripped off its end pad. Look how much easier that is. It's almost stupid. What happened? Why aren't you? There you go. All right, 470 positive. Now we do the other one, the 470 to ground. 470, 4.7. I'm just saying 470 because that's what I see right in front of my face. Really, I would have loved to have a resistor here, but nah, whatever. This is just how it's working out. Getting positive 12 into here, though, is going to be a challenge. I don't really think of that. I guess I could always sneak a wire up and around, but that's just going to make troubleshooting that much harder. Because this one is negative 12. This one is positive, and there's no ingress for wire anywhere. I could come from like over there and just go across it, I guess. Not a very good design. Okay, what was that? What? I didn't mistake solder for wire this time. I know that this is definitely wire. There we go. Oh yeah, no, the reason that they're image artifacts is because the microscope camera goes through kind of a cheap cable, this cheap braided cable, and this connection is unstable enough so that if I, oh shit, I might have frozen the microscope. Hold on. I didn't mean to bump it. Okay, it's not frozen. But I had that hot glued previously, and the hot glue just like went away. But this wire is going into a USB extender, and then it goes into the back of the rack over there, and then it goes to the computer. So it's like just at the limit of the range of USB 2, and it is transmitting at USB 2 speeds. So occasionally those get kind of messed up when there's a lot of motion on camera and it needs a lot of data. It'll tear. I have decided to keep it the way it is because it looks funny. Nobody's nerfed. What is that wire doing there? That should not be there. Get the hell out of there, you little circuit-killing wire. Is there even a wire there? Maybe there isn't. It looks like there is. Huh, weird. I'll have to investigate that in a second. There was, and I've told this story before, both a long time ago and recently, researcher, 89-year-old at the time, this was in the early 2000s, researcher that I worked with, did a lot of biomedical research. And one of the projects was a neonatal imager. And the neonatal imager was using things like infrared and Army surplus night vision. Because after World War II, the lab, this UPenn lab, spoke to the Army, because he was one of the scientists in the Manhattan Project, actually, and he spoke to, or was it Manhattan or was it the radar one? It might have been the radar one. Anyway, point is, he spoke to the Army. He's like, hey, if you guys have any additional equipment like left over, we would love to use some of that for our research. And so heard nothing for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden a flatbed truck shows up with tons of surplus on it, like tons and tons of stuff. And so one of the little bits of surplus ended up in the basement of the lab that I was helping clean out as a summer job. So I actually got an old school night vision, like I think it was a naval thing, but it was a night vision monocle. And the night vision monocle had this little thing that swings into place and charges up. It was an Archimedes lens. So it was like a lens with a hole in the middle. And the Archimedes lens would focus the image, the coherent image, onto this little disc. And the little disc had this other little disc that would slide into place. It would sort of, with gravity, it would just go boink over to the thing. And what that did is it charged up the image enhancing phosphors. So the dark red image would hit these phosphors, and the phosphors would light up a little bit. And so that would give you the ability to see at night. Probably not amazingly well, but probably good enough to, good enough to see infrared sources during night, which was probably enough. But so that little thing I took apart, and I should not have, because I was reading on stream, it was like 3 years ago, that little disc that slides into place, that little thing that just kind of flops into place, was actually radioactive. And so I had a radioactive source sparkling away in my cabinet. Pretty ridiculous. Yeah, maybe the radiation source was the friends we made along the way. All right, we're going to reorganize these 2.2s. It was in a plastic drawer in the basement that I had a bunch of other parts with, and I would occasionally go into that drawer, and that little disc, I remember, a little ceramic-looking disc with a little grid on top of it, was rattling around on the bottom of that drawer. I eventually cleaned them out. I don't know whatever happened to that radiation source, and I'm glad that I'm not subject to all kinds of different cancers. The radon in the basement was probably more potent than anything else, but still. I don't know what kind of exposure. At least I didn't put it in my mouth. Yeah. It's always the Geiger counter that you don't have that you need the most. All right, so surface mount transistors completely changed this design for the better. They really organized everything nicely. And I'm shocked that I had the exact part number. I just didn't see it at first. I actually had the correct transistor, so we're just going to reorganize things a little bit over here. If it tastes metallic, you probably shouldn't have put it in your mouth. Lead is delicious. Yeah, so not only have I been exposed to high levels of lead paint, I also literally had something radioactive in one of my parts drawers. We found a web page that explained what it was. I don't have that on me right now. I don't remember how exactly we found it. You probably look up, well, let me look it up and I'll verify. I will verify. I'm being a little quieter because I'm actually trying to get work done. And that probably stands to reason that I should be doing that work elsewhere. Like off camera. Imagine Dragons. Oh man, come on. Night Vision's Deluxe CD. No, I don't want to just buy something, Google, you piece of shit. Google sucks. Whatever happened to you? I'm not buying stuff. That's the second giant spread of things to buy that's put up in front of my frickin' face. I'm not buying. That's the third time. More shops, more things to buy, more things to buy. It's a military website. Useless. Glow for it? Oh, please. Just more techno jacking. Images. Go to Google Images. That's the fourth shopping thing. It's gotten so bad out here. It's the Reddit logo for a night vision. These people collecting these things are like multiple thousands of dollars each. So they're just jacking off with money, basically, showing off how much money they have. Because the original night vision, not anything with like infrared, is a very expensive tube that's designed with basically it's a like a cascade of high voltage activated phosphor plates that bounce photons back and forth and enhance them. Looking for surface plates, it's like 20 links to the same SEO optimized site. God. Yeah, there was a website that we found that was like Internet 1.0 that had all the different night vision stuff on it, and it had a specific thing talking about the radioactive, the old school radio. There it is again. These are all the same results again. Here it is. That was the one I had. and I took apart, and I shouldn't have. I should not have. This isn't the same site. This is a forum post. USAM infrared viewing metascopes contain radium. So there it is, radium. So the radium does not decay very quickly. So do not attempt to open either of these two metascope models. They cannot be repaired or made to view infrared light again. Doing so will expose you to the radiation emitted by the radium. Yeah, I guess I've been exposed to radium a little bit. I don't think the dosage is that big. Level of gamma radiation emitted by these metascopes is unlikely to produce any short-term effects, can be related to where the exposure to a radium substance occurred. The very real danger is the effects of radiation exposure cumulative over a lifetime. They're added to the normal radiation levels we're exposed to from the sun, blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm in a basement, so, you know, certain exposures having high risk significance to the amount of... They don't have any answers. It was probably like I got a couple x-rays, yeah. Put your chest adjacent to one of these metascopes, and the amount of time it takes to do a chest x-ray, and you'll be exposed to the equivalent of about 3 chest x-rays. Oh, Jesus Christ. More significant, leave it next to your chest longer than the brief period of a second that it takes to do a chest x-ray, and the radiation exposure increases 3 times every factor for a second. Consider you'll be adding the exposures to all the radiation exposures over the lifetime. Great, I'm gonna get fucking cancer. It wasn't as much as the consumer products that the radium fat exposed to people to. Ah. Try your hand at making oddball Nixie displays. That can be kind of fun. I mean, you got to deal with 60 volts AC. There's a ton of Nixie power supplies on the internet. Those are like super easy to get. And then there's a Russian tube that, or a Russian IC that handles switching to, like, you give it a BCD number and it'll output to that specific number of the number plate that gives you the thing. USF, that's not the one that I had. Look at this dapper gentleman. Oh, that's not a mustache. That's just the shadow. USAM is the one that I had. There it is. I wish I had kept it together because it was kind of a cool thing. I should have just left it alone. Yeah, high voltage. I haven't dealt with a lot of high voltage. I don't like working with high voltage, but when I have, I've relayed the rule, the one-arm rule. If you're working with something high voltage and you have to have the voltage present, then put one arm behind your back and just deal with working with it that way. Radium water, radium. Yeah, that was back when they were trying to solve everything with radiation. EM. Oh, it's scrolled over. Oh, good. We'll go back to the original size. Radium emits alpha and beta particles. Oh, great. Oh, God. I wonder whatever happened to that thing, because probably the metal inside was even radioactive. Minimal and not believed to be dangerous. As you read the following, keep in half-life is alpha radiation, radioactive particles, blah, 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 gamma, blah, 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 blah. Manufactured level of gamma radiation being emitted was low and believed to be safe for a few years, with the older units being discarded after use and replaced by a newer one. They did not foresee the eventual sale of these units as surplus to the public, nor their long-term possession as a collector's item. Radium decays over time, significantly increasing the amount of gamma radiation it emits into the dangerous levels. I have a couple Geiger counters, and I've used them, and radiation levels here are very low. So, mid-2018, 2 sealed USAM metascopes and a third that had been opened were examined using a Geiger counter. Oh boy. Readings were same for each of the 3. 1 foot, the Geiger counter reading dropped to normal level. Adjacent to the eyepiece, rear of the scope, the Geiger counter readings were substantially lower, but not down into the level considered to be safe. 6 inches from the eyepiece. Oh, God, no. Tests were replaced after each microscope. Oh, God. Wait, did they say microscope or metascope? That's weird. Tests were repeated after each individually placed inside an airtight metal ammo can, and the lid was sealed. Geiger counter readings were the same as absent. 3 metascopes were placed together inside one sealed ammo can atop one another. Geiger counter readings directly adjacent to the can, and on top of the can were 3 times the danger level observed individually adjacent. Jesus Christ. These are potent. Should have wrapped that thing in tin foil. Hazardous material collection. I think I put it in the garbage. I'm a health physicist. I'm trying to get my hands on a Metascope. Yeah, no. Oh, to get benefits? Wow. This is 2018. There's an eBay listing for one of these things? No. $400, $100, $350, $500. The thing is, the phosphor in all of these has since gone off. Like, it doesn't work. So none of these actually work as infrared viewing scopes. Kodak Type B. Is that that's the vertical looking one? Yeah. Well, that's wild. Yeah, used to have one. Took it apart. Got exposed to radiation. Didn't know it at the time. Didn't have any adverse effects. I already had diabetes. This is the stuff that people refer to as magic. Yeah, it's true. Sufficiently complex. I mean, it's like standing in a fire. Like, that stuff is pretty bad. All right. The work continues. So those two 2.2s I want to connect to one another. I probably have a nice blank area underneath, although I do have to factor in that I need to do that last little jump right there. I could put a big thick piece of wire that goes up and over, but this is the same side as the power plug, and it's liable that I'd run into that. I could just solder something from there to there, or I could go from this pin to this pin. Maybe I'll go for those forward pins a little bit more, because that'll be nice. It'll be out of the way of all the diodes in the diode ladder. I want that. I want them to be out of the way. Where did my solder socket go? There it is. It's too bad I still don't have it. I could have shown it off as a curiosity. Hey, let's tear this thing down. You guys want to see what's inside of this Metascope? How would I even get rid of that? I'd have to call like the government. Hey, I've got this radioactive thing. Tried to sell it on eBay, but nobody would buy. Oh, yeah, I need to connect that right there too. I don't know. I wish I had like a stat bar and I could figure out what my overall radiation exposure was compared to any normal person. Because that sat in that drawer for quite some time. I don't know how many people walked in front of it or around it. I know I cleaned out that drawer at one point, and without touching that disc, I just dumped it into a garbage bag. So, whoopsie daisy! I did a radiation poisoning. No, I don't think anything too bad happened to it. An arms counter, 2? Question mark? Isn't the average number of arms in the world 1? The average number of testicles. I think that's testicles. I think I'm thinking about testicles again. Spectacles, watch, wallet, keys. I can't just jump directly over to it, unfortunately, because we've got these pins here. Even if I could, I guess I could put a wire like up like that and then go kind of diagonal, but that would still be too easy for it to jump poorly. So I guess I'll just do a wire underneath again. We'll just make it a little tighter this time. And this is the hole where the wire is going to go through, so I need this to be without solder. This is so much more pleasantly organized than the previous edition with the transistors going through everything. It was so hard to keep track of which pin was which for a component that goes through the board and is so tightly packed with everything else. This way, I can view all the transistors directly head on. All I need to do is pick up on the fact that this one is upside down, which flips these two pins and gives us a nice central emitter. And then the emitter there, the emitters go into the collector of this one, which is the one pin here. And then I've got doot. So then the base is down here, and then the emitter is up here. The emitter goes to a 4.7K resistor to -12. That's the emitter. Base goes there, collectors go there. And then on the second transistor, what shares the emitter, yes, the base goes to here, which will have a 2.2 to ground. Ground is somewhere else. And then it'll go over to this pin, which is the 3.3 to the op-amp circuit. Let me get that 2.2 in here. What happened to the 2.2? Did we lose it? I think it left. I think it's gone. I'll have to find another one. Well, okay, before I do that, I should do these two. These two are -12. Lost count of how many rods of thoriated or lanthanoided tungsten I ground without a mask. Oh my god. That sounds even worse. Are you powdering yourself with thoriation? That's terrible. Those don't even sound like real words. They're so sciencey. Oh, the TIG welding electrodes. I think I've ground one or two without a mask before. Well, you just got to hold your breath. You got to do the breathing related safety squints, right? It's real bad. Is that really stupid bad to like grind the TIG welding stuff without a mask? I mean, I guess that stands to reason, doesn't it? Oops, damn it. It's horrible when safety stuff becomes like a machismo thing. I don't need to do this. It's like, well, yeah, you do. Alpha emitters. Ugh. Only a couple that are dangerous. Normal electrodes are fine. Oh, so there's special electrodes that you got to watch out for. So luckily, I think I've not done anything with those. What are they for? Like specific kinds of welding, like weird locations or metals or? Okay, so that's that part of the circuit done. All except for a ground here. Ground is going to be in a lot of different places. Let me run a wire up and over to this ground. And that way we'll at least define that that is a ground, and I will come back and remember that it's a ground and properly wire it. We're still missing the 10Ks. Where do those go? Those go on this line up here. So somewhere around here, I need a voltage divider. Our positive and negative are right here. This would be a great place to grab our voltage divider, but we already have one of the pins of the input jacks coming up and around there, so that's all in the way. I could have picked up both voltages right here. That's going to have to be, it's going to have to be its own thing. It'll have to be somewhere else. So I was thinking this area would be good for it. But this is ground here. Yeah, because that's that pin, and then these two are ground. So nothing is connected to it. It's in a middling voltage position. Let's do it this way. Shake hands with danger. Meet a guy you ought to know. Something, something, something. Three-fingered Joe. God, shake hands with danger is so good. Okay, so what's going on here? This pin here is going to a 100 kilo ohm resistor here that's not there right now. And then it goes over to the potentiometer. Or does it go over to, yeah, goes to the potentiometer, then the potentiometer goes into the input here. So we're good to, I'm good to block all this stuff by running a line directly across like this. Wait a minute. So it's a 3.3 to, it's going to that pin. Oh, that pin goes to ground because that's this one right here. Because yeah, 4.7 on one end, and the other end is connected to the two transistor outputs on the collector. Okay, cool. Keeping all this stuff straight in your head is the most challenging thing about doing this kind of work. For me, anyway. I don't know about you guys. You guys are probably all just like, I'm the most amazing circuit guy. It's like, I don't know. Circuit guys don't exactly act like the microcontroller guys. The guys who do embedded systems programming are tough. They're tough to deal with because they go, you're doing everything wrong, and they'll submit to you this code that is using the most eclectic and hard to follow whatevers. It uses like one line to do 500 things, and it's all in like regex. It's just completely undecipherable. It's wizard talk, and they expect you to operate at that level. And it still does the same thing that your code does, but they kind of hold their nose up at you about it. I don't really know if I don't think a lot of electronics people are like that. Some are, but I think you guys are generally pretty good. You guys are more on the hobby level with me. While I have had professional education considering electronics, it's most of the stuff I do has come from hobby interests. Hobby interests and math levels. Try to keep it accessible here. My dog is going psycho at something. Again, it's nice out, so everybody's walking their dog. Cheap buck converters from Amazon. They're not too bad. Depends on what you're using them for. I mean, basically, stuff like that'll work until you push it to its limits, and then sometimes the cheapness will shine through. Sometimes you'll just get one that's just bad, but generally they're fine. If you want a nice one, go to Pololu. That's one of those places that I advertise more than I should, because I'm not getting paid to do it. I'm listening to my dog. She's going absolutely fucking psycho right now at the door. She's having it out with whoever's walking a dog out there. Amazon converts my bucks to crap. What do you mean? Because yeah, I don't think they're that bad. They're not that bad. I mean, I'm using a -12 buck in the synthesizer. Not much. Doesn't use the -12 a lot, but that's where we're getting the -12 from for this and other stuff. Yeah, Will's getting a little antsy because sometimes I end at 4:30. Step 24 down to 12. Power an Arduino stepper off the same PSU. Yeah, Amazon stuff will be fine for that. Perfectly fine. Am I seeing something in my peripheral vision? What's going on there? Weird. Maybe I'm haunted. So this ended up being another stream where I do more of this stuff, and I meant to be finishing this thing off today. So I guess we're gonna come back to it on Thursday. I'm still, hold on, I'm gonna finish what I'm doing. Yeah, I've got some time here. We'll end around 5. Listen, I'm as frustrated as you guys are. Anybody who doesn't like watching the soldering, which I don't think is anybody. I don't think anybody doesn't like watching soldering. But the fact that we haven't really completed this thing yet, and we're on like part 4, it's grating to me. I'm there with you, but at the same time, I want to get this thing finished. You know, I want to just focus on it, get it done, and then I'll have at least one filter, what I can use in the production of weird sounds. All right, I'm going to wire up this other jack to ground. What the? No, it's over here. go. Yeah, and 24 to 12 is a very common conversion. Ooh, ooh. Feel the heat on the other side of the fingernail. Where is my heat? There is my heat. I thought the side tap would do it, but I guess not. We'll do the same thing with this one. I knew that would break off a little bit. I knew it wasn't soldered properly. Hate that. Now it's all stupid. Wait, why adjustable? No, 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 no. I don't know, I guess you always hear horror stories of it being, you know, not the voltage that I was looking for, stuff like that. But I've not really had any experience with it being wrong. You just got to look carefully at what they're doing and how they're creating that power. The DC to DC converters. Finding power supplies for stuff is like an entire job. It's like somebody's whole job at a place. But I don't know. I mean, lessons, the same lessons that apply to computers are certainly there for electronics. Cheaping out on the power supply is never advisable. Of course, then you run into industrial applications where they buy like a $700 power supply to do the job of like you know, like a computer power supply. Oh, I see. So you want the flexibility of an adjustable power supply so that you can defer decisions to the future you. Decision deferral power supplies. DDD. DDR. PSU. DDDR-DC to DC. 36 volts is a nice voltage for that kind of automation, motion kind of stuff. I had great experience with Burn the Subs. I guess Burn the Subs is not going to be 24. I have no choice about that because of the Vicor power supply that I have. You know, don't look a gift $500 power supply in the mouth. Actually, it's a 3D printer that has the $400 power supply, which I really don't think it needs. And then Burn the Subs has, I forget how much that Vicor thing was. It's up there, though, because it's an industrial supply. But, you know, you pick these things up off either eBay or swap meets or whatever. Solder down the wire. I guess it was sticking up a little bit in the air. That's weird. This is just attaching this wire to the board so I don't have a big bird's nest outside of this board, this design. Oh, it turned off on me. Thank you, soldering iron. Very helpful. Very, very helpful. So yeah, I think Thursday is going to happen perfectly fine. I've just been under a lot of stress having to take care of people around here. I had to, you know, make dinner a couple nights in a row, and it's all the little things that are typically shared at a household that I've got to kind of take over, just because one is interred and the other is, you know, they're all getting old. but you know, my dad had surgery recently, which went really well. It's just he's first of all struggling with boredom, but second of all, you know, I got to do grocery shopping and all that fun stuff. So I've been a little bit distractamungo while I stream here. Hopefully we can fix that in the future. I think I need to trim that a little bit further. But everybody's fine. Everything should be totally fine in just a little bit. Just given time. What do I look like I'm made out of? Time. And of course, the dog being a little gimpy did not help at all. But it turns out she's pretty okay. She's not, you know, she's not perfect. She's got a heel, but she's much better than what we think. I need more wire. More wire. Oh, I see. That one had a little thing on the end that kept it from undoing. That, and then I can come up with a little bendy boo. Nope. Nope. Bent. Well, okay, fine. I'll just roll with it then. We'll go up along the top, even though that's not what I did for the other ones. And that's all of our grounds. Still not connected to the input power ground, but getting there. Getting there. This is going a lot smoother now that I've given up to surface mount. The nodes of the circuit are now a little bit better and more organized, and I can see them all. I know everything will fit. I just don't know why people insist that through hole is better. I'm constantly confused with the switch from top to bottom layer. It's incredibly frustrating for me, and I don't know what if that's like dyslexia or something else like coming into play. It's just the mentality, my mental state, my mental ability to flip from top of the board to the bottom of the board is limited. All right, and this run, I think we're going to end it after this run though. And we'll come back to this, and I'll hopefully have all the elements of the circuit ready to go, and we can get into the testing phase of this thing. So it's just, the rest of it is going to look a lot like what you're seeing right now. It's just me connecting everything to power and connecting all of the potentiometers on the top of the board. And I'll use flexible wire for the interconnect between boards. I am not going to put a connector on this thing. I don't figure I need a connector. Putting a connector on would be something I do for something that I'd pull apart often. And if I just allow this to have enough wire so that this thing can open like a clamshell, it'll be perfectly fine. So like, we did most of it. The only thing that's left is the stuff on the other side of the attenuation over here. This stuff is almost 100% there. There's just like one or two missing elements, which would be that 10 kilo ohm resistor is still missing. Over here, I have to pretty much do this entire branch of the schematic. This stuff. Oops. I'll have to see what's already there. I think this stuff is, oh, but that's the resonant potentiometer. So I need to do the stuff that surrounds these. So this part of the circuit are the things that I still need, and this over here. So those are pretty simple. Those are going to look a lot like everything else that I've worked on. So maybe I can get to those on Wednesday. For the most part, this stuff is all connected here, and I've got all this stuff together. The tracking of what we've built and what we haven't has gone out the window because of the redos that I've had to do for all of the different pieces of this thing. What I worked on yesterday was a little bit indulgent. I turned this into a time attack car by taking a reprint of this spoiler and flipping it over to here. Now there's a little blemish on it because this one didn't print properly, but I don't really care because this thing is going to blow up as soon as I crash into something. But I turned it into a bit of a time attack car. The only thing that I don't really like is that this is like this. It's a scoop that looks like that. So that doesn't really throw air upwards and push the car down. It will a little bit. As an air dam, I guess it'll do something. But I stole this design from a random spoiler that I saw, which had a flat piece, and then the piece behind it was curved upwards. So I don't know how effective that is as a spoiler, but at least it'll get smooth air from up on top of the model as this thing goes like 20 miles an hour. I don't know if they'll have any effect. I'm going to try it out at some point and see if it grips. We've just had rain for a month. An up force nose, but it's not, it's the Look at the side view of this thing. It's not here. Hold on. Let's talk about this real quickly before I end. See that's the shape of the curve. Callan27 for 17 months. Hey, thank you so much for subbing. Yeah, look at this blemish though. This is disgusting. This is why I didn't use this one. It has this huge shard area. I'm gonna keep it, whatever. But like, I don't know about that. It's like this weird, it's a weird air dam. Here, the shape of the spoiler makes perfect sense, I guess. Although there probably would be an upturn on the back end of this piece. I didn't put that in there. It's pre-damaged. Yeah, that way I don't care if I crash. But if I did it a little upturn on this, then it would totally be, I don't know, directing more air. Either way, I think this will be fine. I've got this element here to push air upwards. It's pretty funny. I can't believe that this worked out so well, though. Look at this. Look, that's my maximum turning radius. It doesn't scrape. It's just the perfect distance. I might scrape a tiny bit, like 1 atom. Peak rally spoiler. You have what, group C or something? But that's my maximum turning radius, and I don't really think it's scraping, because if I spin this one, the other one spins perfectly fine. So I might have lucked out on that. It looks ridiculous, but it'll be kind of funny. Yeah, I still have the original protector, though. That thing's still there. If I were to design something, it would take me a little bit of time, but yeah, the Pikes Peak rally spoiler. I don't know. I mean, I'm discovering that the body on the car is a pretty largely protective element of all of your equipment. Because like when I crash, this stuff takes the brunt of the force. And if there was even a little bit of a car body around it, it might have been a little bit better off. But yeah, I didn't expect that the Mini Z wheels would be good too. These flat wheels with a little bit of a pattern in them. I have other wheels that are meant for, you know, being more grippy. But I don't know. These are pretty good though. They're very soft. So they get good traction on the pavement outside. What I need to do is find a Satsuma 3D model, and I know Flatulent Gonad has one. I think I have it in my files. If I take that body and I make it into a car body, that would make a really fun RC car, and I could put a spoiler on the back of it, and I could put the air dams around it that the My Summer Car has, the one that I did. But yeah, this will be back on the road soon after a pretty horrific wreck. And now I've got stuff to protect the front and back. I just figured I'd show this off because Short Lurker convinced me last night to actually bolt this thing on, and I discovered that I have a sum total of 2 M2.5 nuts in my shop, in my entire shop. FPV cam stream. A little too doxing in my area, a little bit too doxing. I do have the FPV cam. I have that, and I would have to make a mount that goes like somewhere around here. And I got a 3D model for that, so maybe sometime in the future I can put that together. My goggles are kind of old, and so the sum total of what you can see through them is about that big. I'll have to figure out what I want to do with FPV, because it would be really cool to put in like an accelerometer that gave us like speeds and stuff like that. Just go to some random parking lot and just be this weird fatso that's sitting in the corner. I'm streaming this right now to Twitch. That would be a cool stream though. That would be a lot of fun. Well, anyway, I gotta share my social media. I gotta do this. I gotta hit end. We had a couple subs today. Here's all the information if you want to find my Discord or, you know, catch up on Twitter, which I don't do a lot on. We had Callan27 sub for 17 months. We had CosmoQuest X raid with 17 people. Pretty awesome. Take her easy. With an yeah. Did that show up on the... No, it didn't. I don't know why. And then we had Pawn Theory for 8 months, which is totally awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hey, I appreciate you guys hanging out while I'm doing circuit stuff. We discovered a lot of huge errors in what I was doing just because I got confused with all the details, all the different things that we're trying to do. I try to do quickly, and then you end up mixing stuff up. I end up mixing stuff up. So it helps to have a plan when you're going to build a circuit board and keep all your ducks in a row, which I wasn't doing. I threw my ducks at the wall to see what would stick. I'm starting to lose the analogies. They're kind of piling up on one another and getting confused. But we fixed all of those errors, and now I'm feeling much more comfortable with the circuit because I switched back to surface mount. Turns out I had the exact transistor. I didn't know. So I used an equivalent, and then I looked at the wrong pinout because the transistors will shuffle their pinouts. So now we have the correct transistor, all the same properties as the original, and we have the correct pinout. I mean, hopefully, I think it is the correct pinout. And so that has gone together to create the circuit in a much more manageable way. Now I just need to run power to everything and ground to everything. That's a little bit less exciting. It's something that I would love to be able to show you guys, but it's going to take so long. I'm going to work on it a little bit in the interim. I'm back on Thursday, and we will work on testing this. Hopefully I've got enough progress on this thing that I can actually plug it in for the first time with you guys, and then we can see what blows up. I've not had anything blow up on stream aside from that capacitor. That's been the only thing. But if something blows up, so be it. And then we can get it on the oscilloscope and we can see what the properties of this thing are and listen to like a square wave as it manipulates it and figure out how close to Hajiwo's design we actually get with the stuff that I've built. This will be pretty cool. I like doing this. We should do this again sometime. So Thursday, testing stuff. Maybe Friday we could work on Burn the Subs a little bit because we got parts that need to go in there and I need to start wiring things and Burn the Subs. So, and test that power supply to see if it explodes. It sat in the storage room for a long time. That was a long time that it sat in that storage room, so I don't know. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sticking around and commenting a lot because it helps fill the air. All right, I will catch you guys later. You guys can go to wherever you want on Twitch. Let me just take a quick peek to see who's streaming right now and see if I have any recommendations for you guys. I gotta wait for it to load. I love the new internet. Everything takes forever to load. Camto is crime scening. Rabaz is doing dishwashing. So is Benji. I guess that game is making its rounds. Oh, no, nobody's around. I know Gonad was around, but he's no longer streaming. Lara's doing Helldivers. Rift Tracks is on. All right, anyway, so it's the normal Tuesday kind of stuff. I will catch you guys on Thursday. In the meantime, check out my Discord. There's always a party there. Unless there's not. But I'm trying to find the scene that I have to switch to. That would have been really nice if I was able to just like quickly transition into it, but nope.